All right, guys, welcome back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on the position you are joining from. My name is Abdul. I'll be your host for this webinar. Along with me, Midun and Shafi will be supporting me as a co-host. We have created a WhatsApp group. If you face some problem, feel free to send some messages in the group. That will be actively monitored. I'll not be monitoring the WebEx chat. So if you wanted to communicate something, try to use our WhatsApp group. And regarding the session, this is completely a lab-oriented live session. We do entirely from zero to complete integration of telephony as well as building architect flows and other stuff. If you guys are not talking, please mute yourself. But this session is going to be, guys, please mute yourself if you're not talking. Yeah, this session is going to be interactive. So you have the permission to unmute yourself at any time and ask questions. But I would still prefer you need to wait for some time when I explain some topic, wait for that to finish, then you can ask questions. And I'll be going through a complete guide, document guide, which is this. And I'll be sharing the document right after the right after our webinar into the WhatsApp group. So you can see all the configuration, whatever stuff I am going through and doing things inside the webinar session. All right, so grab your coffee. It's going to be fun. We would take the first 2 hours and then take a break after 2 hours, then we'll continue. All right, so once again, welcome to the webinar. So we'll get started with the lab topology, what we're going to do today. So we do have Genesys Cloud here. And then we are planning to bring, by the way, what is Genesys Cloud? It is a cloud-based contact center solution. So it provides IVR, chatbot, message, voice bot, and all of that. When you sign up for a Genesys Cloud CX, the often question that comes first is how do you manage your telephony? How you bring your telephone number into the Genesys so that somebody dials that number, you will be getting the IVR and other stuff. All right, so in this case, we have multiple options in Genesys Cloud. I'll be talking about that as well. But what we're going to do is we're going to implement, just a second, guys. Andada? Hello? Okay, 1 second. Yeah, Mithun is saying that group is admin only so that you guys cannot send messages. 1 second, let me make it for everyone. Guys, please mute yourself. You're not talking, please. Where is that? Group permission. Yeah. Send message. Yeah. Everybody can send messages now.
Hi, Ajay.
Yep. All right. So we will be deploying an AudioCodes SBC, which will be a cloud-based audio code SBC. So we will also log into the Azure cloud and deploy our SBC. And then we're going to purchase a DID number from a telephone carrier. In this case, that's going to be our Twilio. Twilio provides internet-based SIP trunking. Then that DID number, that 214-888-3759 that you see here, when anybody calls from the external world, we all can try that. And the call will be going towards the Twilio. Twilio will redirect that call to the SBC, and we will configure the SBC in such a way that it can send the call to Genesys Cloud. And within the Genesys Cloud, we will configure our architect flow. Guys, please do not post any messages in the WebEx chat. That will be, no, I'll be getting deviated from the explanation. Yeah, so we will create a flow in the Genesys Cloud that will be attending your call saying that thank you for calling, blah, 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 and then extending that call directly into the agents. So the ender stuff we're going to build from scratch. And I still see a lot of guys are not in mute stage. If you're not talking, please mute yourself because I'm getting recording. This session is getting recorded. When somebody watches the recording, that will be a little annoying for them. So this is what we are going to discuss. Do you have any questions about the lab topology? Okay. I take it as no. So what is Genesys Cloud? It's a cloud-based contact center solution. And that is, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Just you tell many times to mute yourself, everyone, but I don't know exactly. The people are still coming to the unmute. It's not happy. So everybody knows. He's asking anything to us, correct?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
please, I'm requesting once again to all of you, please mute it yourself.
Thank you for that. All right. So Genesys Cloud is a cloud-based contact center. There are a lot of other contact center available today, like WebEx Contact Center,
Ajay,
Five9. Yeah.
sorry for interrupt.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, regarding this call flow, yeah, why do you use this SBC in between so we can transfer the call from directly this Tivoli to Genesys, right?
Yeah, I'm going to explain
It
that as well.
doesn't have any.
We have an option called direct peering of carrier. I will come to that point, but right now the solution we will be deploying will be this. So I'll come to that point. What are the telephony options you have in Genesys? We have some 30 minutes of theory explanation, and then we'll go to the live labs. All right. Okay, so
fine.
guys joined in this session, they are new to Genesys Contact Center. So I thought of adding few things about Contact Center, and then we gradually go into the labs. So again, like I said, Genesys Cloud CX is a cloud-based contact center solution. That means you don't need to deploy any hardware or anything inside your premise. Everything will be available through a browser session. That's all. And they are the number one in CCaaS solution, contact center as a service. Though we have WebEx Contact Center, Five9, all many other products like Nice CX1. Genesys Cloud CX is the number one as per the Gartner quadrant in 2023. 2024 result is not out yet, I think. So that's the importance of Genesys Cloud. And about AudioCodes, which is an SBC. SBC means Session Border Controller, which can accept any call from any provider. It can take PRA call, FXO call, or SIP call, and then convert that into a voice over IP technology and bring to any other telephony solution. So you can put your SBC in the middle of your PBX or contact center or anywhere if you wanted to convert your traditional telephone calls into a voice over IP solution. So AudioCodes is arguably one of the best SBC in the market. Of course, we have Ribbon, Oracle, Cisco Cube, all those things are there, but I prefer to have AudioCodes. I have seen a lot of deployment recently started with AudioCodes, and it has available. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So it is available as physical boxes as well as virtual. Virtual in the sense there are two virtual options available. If you have a data center, you can deploy that as an OVA file inside your VMware or Hyper-V data center. Or if you are using a public cloud solution like AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud, then it can be deployed as a cloud image. By the way, we'll be deploying an Azure-based AudioCodes today. And Twilio is a telecom provider, just like our Tata or Airtel, AT&T, Verizon, all those type of carrier. Twilio also offers elastic SIP trunking or a SIP trunking solution. You can purchase DID numbers from them, and then you decide where should I route the call from them. So in this case, I will instruct Twilio that anyone who calls any number, please route the call to SBC, and within SBC, I'll say, please route the call to Genesys Cloud. So effectively, once we complete the session, you can dial this number and see the IVR, what we have configured. Guys, please mute yourself. I'm requesting multiple times.
Yeah, Abdul, kindly mute yourself.
Which Abdul? It's me or somebody else?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, it was someone.
Yeah. So that's all about the three components. Once we have Genesys Cloud, and then we have an SBC, and then we have the Twilio carrier. So the first task when you sign up for any contact center solution will be the telephony side. So you will be somehow bringing the telephone network or the DID numbers into the contact center solution. It is applicable to any other contact center. So in our case, we will be bringing our telephone number into Genesys Cloud. So let's first get the interface walkthrough of Genesys, how we log into Genesys, what are the options available, how do we actually do things inside Genesys. Let me open one document here. So if you search in Google AWS region for Genesys Cloud, by the way, the Genesys Cloud, the whole solution is deployed inside AWS. So AWS provides the basic infrastructure, and inside that, the company Genesys went ahead and deployed their solution. So oh guys, this is a little, Mithun, see if you can control mute everyone option there. Mithun, you are a co-host. You should have an option
Abdul,
too. Yeah.
just Dinesh here. Like you can, as a host, you can mute everyone there, except you.
did not see that
Yeah,
option.
AJ, please do that. AJ,
You
please
can
do
go
that.
to the all participant on the list.
Yeah,
and
I'm
mute
trying
everyone.
that all participant list is not visible in my screen. That's the problem currently I'm facing. 1 second, let me try that.
Can I mute, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead. You can mute everyone.
Yes.
Done.
Done.
Thank you. All right, he's the co-host, so he can control that. So Genesys Cloud as a contact center solution, it is deployed in AWS Cloud, and then people used to say sometimes, okay, Genesys Cloud is a cloud solution. Of course, it's a cloud solution, but it is a cloud-based software as a service solution. That means you cannot restart Genesys, or you cannot restart some services in Genesys, or you cannot manage some backend of Genesys, which is completely a managed solution. You just have a URL, you browse the URL, log in inside, then start configuring your flows and other things. So the backend support and everything will be from the AWS directly, which customers are not handling. The entire platform is built on top of AWS. Because of that same reason, the login URL of Genesys will be always different depending on the location. For example, if you're logging in from Asia Pacific Mumbai, your login URL will be https://login.apps1.pure.cloud. Yeah, guys are asking recording. Of course, I'll provide the recordings. So why this difference came? So when you sign up for the Genesys Cloud, the first question that you're gonna talk to the sales people of Genesys will say that my organization primary location is based out of Mumbai. Then they will be provisioning the Genesys Cloud instance within Mumbai location. Or if you are located at a different part of the world, these are the location Genesys Cloud solution is available, legally available. So if I go to the second page, I can see a place here which is US West 2. By the way, my sample org or the demo org is located in US West 2. So I'll be using this URL to log in. So one thing, the Genesys login URL is always different depending on your location. Not from the place you are logging in, means the organization location. That has to happen at the initial sign up process. When you are creating an agreement with Genesys, they will be asking, okay, which location your primary organization wanted to set up. So based on your company location, you tell them we are based out of US West. So they will create an instance here. Or you can say that I'm based out of Mumbai, then they will create an instance here. Then they will supply you a first email ID and a password. Of course, you can set up for the first time. So you just get an email ID, means you will be supplying your email ID. And when you click on that, let me click here, which is login2.uswest2.pure.cloud, which is this. This will be the interface that you see. And to log into Genesys, you need three things. One is your email ID and the password. If you're logging for the first time, you basically get an invitation. You click on that invitation, they will ask you to set up the password, which I have completed already. That's why I'm in the screen. Then within the screen, we have three things here, right? Your user ID, which is an email address, password, and I am currently logging into US West. If you wanted to change, you can change it here. Then organizational name. So when you sign up, the Genesys will assign a short organizational name to you. In my case, it is AB Infotech 3, and that's something you need to enter. Then the user IDs and password. So let me log in. And this is the thing that you see when you first time log in. And the Genesys Cloud interface, contact center interface, is completely role driven. That means depending on the role what you have, you will see the options. So when you log in as an administrator, you will see a lot of options there. Like I said, right now, this is an admin account. So when I go to the admin page, I can see a whole lot of options here. But if you're logging as a user or an agent, you wouldn't see that much option. So based on the role that I assign, the things that you see in the interface will differ. Okay, so when I log in, I pretty much see all the options, and we'll be creating a new user. By the way, user management is our next session. So after creating the user, we can log in and see what are the options a normal user will see. All right. So that's all about the Genesys interface, and the admin is the place where we'll most of the time we'll be spending as the design engineers or solution engineers will be spending time here. And this is basically the chat session, so which is like internally, it's internal chat, not like an external chat. Within your organization, if you wanted to chat with another agent, you can use that. And Genesys also offers something called a video calling inside solution. That means I wanted to talk to my supervisor or I want to talk to my senior, I can do a video call from here. It's again internal stuff. So the option that you see here, chat and video, which is completely internal. It's not talking about the external part. Then the call option, by the way, to make a call, we need something called WebRTC phone. I'll show you for a new user. We'll create a new user and configure things. So I'll discuss about this at that moment. And this is your inbox. This is some agent assisting, and this is the interaction place. This is important. When you get a new call or a new chat message or something within the contact center, if you're an agent, this will be the place all those interactions will be coming in. You can answer the call from here and start communicating with the customer. So we'll walk you through everything, means we'll actually configure things. So I just wanted to give you a hint about what is actually a Genesys Cloud interface. I hope we are good with this. Any questions, guys? No questions? That is good.
Yeah, Abdul.
Yeah.
This is a demo session.
Yes.
Do we have the class starting from 11th of November or what date?
I'll tell you about that. Yeah, we'll be on 18th of November. I'll come to that point later points.
Okay.
But I'm planning to cover a lot of things here itself. So if you
Abdul, one request is there.
Yeah.
You are speaking very speedily. Just
okay.
speak slowly.
Yeah, I noted that. So I was thinking about the time what we need to finish all of this. So I just speed up a bit, but I'll reduce the speed. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. So
AJ, Naveen Sunkar here. Hi,
Go-
AJ.
yeah.
So AJ, just I have a question like, so based on the locations, we'll get a DID from the Genesys, right? Let's say if I create
no, we
some
didn't reach that.
location in,
I just discussed about based on the
yeah.
location, we get the login URL. So DID part is a telephonic section, which is coming later points.
Okay, AJ.
You can
Okay.
have an Indian DID
Yes.
also routed to a US based Genesys. I will show you that point.
Yeah. So basically, I'm planning to take an Indian DIDs with help of the Twilio,
Yeah.
but I can't create the location and sites in the Genesys
Okay.
org in India.
Yeah,
So
we'll come
that
to
is-
those points. Those are actually
okay,
there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool, AJ. Cool.
AJ, what's the difference between the Zoom and this Genesys, like in the implementation? So you said like it's hosted in the Amazon cloud, isn't it?
Yeah.
So yeah, Zoom also it's the same or like it's
It is the
different?
same. So when I say it is hosted in the AWS cloud, as a customer, we don't get any implementation option. We are not building the VMs. We are not building any services in Genesys, which is completely managed by the Genesys itself. They will just give you, when you sign up for the first time and when you pay the initial agreement amount, they will give you a login access. That's all. Nothing has to be configured to get this. It's all backend configured. You can take an example of Gmail. So when you sign up for the first time, you get a web interface, you log in there, you can start sending emails. That's it.
Yeah.
So you're not configuring any services, you're not restarting any services, you're not building any VMs for the whole Gmail solution, which is called a managed solution. So Genesys is just like that. Zoom is also the same way, but I don't have much expertise on Zoom side, but it is the same way.
Okay, thanks.
So we go to the user and permission. Like I said, any user that you create in Genesys, again, I'm reducing my speed a bit. Any user that you create in the Genesys will be completely role driven. A role means it's a combination of multiple permissions. Like if I create a simple user, there'll be a default permission I'll be getting. With that, I can see this much of thing. When the administrators start assigning new roles, in the sense new permission sets, he will start seeing a lot of options. So first, what I need is I need to configure a new user, then log in as a new user and see what are the things, how the license is getting assigned and all of that. So that is our user management section. So as an administrator, I can go to people and permissions and I can see a people option here. Go inside people and you can see some sample users there. So I'm going to create a new user here. Okay, I logged in as a student admin. 1 second, let me log out and log in as a master admin. This is the same session previous students were practicing. So they have a dedicated account. I do have a one step above dedicated account with little more permission. So I re-log in. Going back to admin and people. By the way, let me also review the documents. So we started from here, interface walkthrough. user permission right now we are here. Don't worry, I will share this document right after the session. So here am I in the people section, and here is the place I need to add a new user. There are a lot of sample users available here. Ignore them. We will create a new user here by clicking add person. By the way, you have multiple options to create users in Genesys. You can do a bulk import from an Excel sheet. When you click on this bulk import, they will ask you to download one CSV file, fill all the information like first name, last name, mail ID, and other thing, and then you can do a bulk import. That is a second way. First way is like manual configuration. You just add a user, then enter the information. And the third way will be using API. You can configure some Postman or some third-party application to talk to Genesys and then create the users using API. And the last option would be Skim, which is a cloud-based push. For example, if you...
Sorry for the interruption.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, while we create the users through the bulk options, so do we have a limit?
No. So there is no limit, but of course there is a license consideration. When you sign up for Genesys, there are 3 licenses in Genesys called CX 1, 2, and 3. By the way, I'm not covering the license part today. When you sign up for that, they will ask you how many licenses you want. So you say them that I need 10 agents, 10 license of CX2. Then you can create any number of users, but 10 will be pre-commitment, like you need to pay monthly. And if you create additional users like 11 and 12, the initial 10 will be paying advance. And if you create additional users, after a month you added another 2 more users, that bill will come as an extra cost in every month. So there is no limit. You can create any number of users.
Abdul,
Yeah.
just quick one. This AD, like as if customer have on-premise AD, how is authentication happen? Like how user, you are creating a local user or it's like
So that's the
something
third
in-
option. First option, like I said, you create manually. Second will be create manually itself using bulk. Third will be API, and fourth will be an AD based integration, which is usually going to happen with Azure AD. So if you have an on-premise AD, we have something called Azure AD Sync, which will consider your users from on-premise AD to Azure. From the Azure, you can configure something called Skim. Skim is basically pushing the users from Azure AD to Genesys side, and that will be get reflected here. After that, you have to enable. Sorry.
Because your Genesys is in AWS, so that's what I want to know. Like,
you can do that. So after Skim, you also have to enable SSO, so that any user logs in, it will redirect you to the Azure AD, enter the Azure credential, basically your email credentials there, and come back. That's the Azure AD integration. By the way, we can have another webinar for that. That's altogether a different set of configuration. So Skim and SSO will be the enterprise preferred solutions. You can push users from cloud to a Genesys and then enable SSO. So the moment you enter your email ID, that will automatically redirect to an identity provider, which can be Azure, Okta, or any supported solution. Then they will evaluate your user ID and password. Then you get a login access or deny access. So that's basically SSO and Skim. Skim is basically cloud identity. I don't recall the full form of it, but that's basically used for pushing users from Azure AD to our service providers. So that is also applicable in terms of WebEx as well. If you have a WebEx solution, you will be pushing users from Azure.
You mean this is a tool we need to additionally buy it?
No, that's available here. If you go to the admin, after creating the user, I'll show you that where exactly it is coming in.
Thank you.
One small request to all. Please ask them to make a note of these doubts like somewhere, and then they can ask you at the last part of the session, right? Because we're actually losing the continuity. So that's why I've just thought to tell you this. Don't mind.
Don't mind, guys. So if you have any questions, just note it down. I can cover. I don't have any plan of leaving early. So once we complete the session, then you can ask question. At least when I finish one specific topic, you start asking question. Thank you. So let me create my first user, which is going to be WB user, which is a webinar user. And I need an email address as well. It can be any email address. I can use my Gmail as well. So it doesn't matter. So wb.user@ajcollab.com. And there is a concept called division in Genesys. Division is a permission boundary. So if you wanted to give segregated access, like one department, when they log in, they shouldn't see the other department. Or one user, when he logs in, he should not see the other user or other set of configuration. So which is called division in Genesys. I'm not discussing more into divisions, but you just imagine that is a permission boundary. So if I put this user into a WB division, which is AJWB division, anyone who is having a visibility of WB division will be able to see this user. Nobody else. I will show you an example as well after this. Right now I logged in as a trainer admin, which is TN admin. This is my account, TN admin. And I will log out and log in as a student admin. That student admin wouldn't see this new user that we created, but still that new user existing inside the organization. So division is nothing. It's a simple permission boundary. Okay. So I'll create. When I create, there is a button here called send invite. So this will trigger an email to the email address. So user has to click that email address and set his password. So let's do that. I just created. Email might have triggered. So I will receive an email on that particular email ID. Let me just open that and show you how it looks like. By the way, this is purely a manual configuration. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
So who decides this permission boundary?
Administrator. Yeah, so it is a different configuration. So when I am an initial administrator, when they give me the initial access, I will have master control of everything. I can create additional permissions and everything. I'll come to that point in some time. So this will be the welcome email looks like. You can click activate here and set a password. So that is one way of setting the password from the user side itself, or as an administrator, you can go to that specific user, which is WB user, and then set password here, reset password. So I'll do it from here. It can be done from the end customer level as well, right? That user will receive an email. When he click on the activate button, he will be actually logged into, means going to a page where he can set the password. So I'm setting the password here. Then I will be able to log in as this user. Password changed. Now let us inspect the new user that we created. So this is WB user, and you can see that it is using a license called Collaborate license, which is free. I didn't configure anything, right? I just created a user, and by default it consumes a license called Collaborate. So what is Collaborate? We'll come to that point. So I'm opening that user, and when I open the user, I can see a role is assigned to the user, which is called employee role. Okay, employee role is the by default role get assigned to any user that you create inside the Genesys Cloud. And when I switch back to division and licenses, I created this user in AJWB division, right? So that's the division or the permission boundary of this user. And these are the license available in Genesys: Collaborate, Communicate, and Contact Center. There are 3 things. And within the third one, in the Contact Center, we have CX 1, 2, and 3. So that's how the licenses are organized. Again, I'm not going much deeper into licenses. That is not the agenda of this class. But I'll talk about what is Collaborate. So when the license Collaborate, that is, means I cannot change the license here, right? So if you look at this, that is not because of the permission. I cannot select this user into a Contact Center 2 and then submit it. That is not available here, just like any other solutions. We have an option to change the licenses, but here these licenses are actually coming from the roles that is assigned. Guys, please mute. So I got a role called employee, and when I go to the view permission tab, these are the things that employee can do. He can attribute view, then he can chat, access, he can do pretty much few things. Okay, and out of this, all these things are actually free, and one specific component, documents audit view, which actually consume a license called Collaborate. Now we will see what is Collaborate after logging into Genesys. So I will log in to a new session with that user that we created. Then we'll see what is it. So logging into Genesys Cloud again as a new user, which is WB user, and then we'll see what are the options we have. So wb.user@ajcollab.com. organization name AB Infotech 3. So as a brand new user, when you create a fresh user and log into Genesys Cloud, this is what we're going to see. Very limited option, right? So I have a favorite section here, then a chat section here, and a video calling option here. So this is a very minimal user, and this user role is called employee role. That employee role consumes collaborate license. That means I can do a basic collaboration. I can search other users inside my organization by going to directory and organization. Then look at, for example, I have a user called
basically all internal things.
Yes,
right?
completely internal. Yes. I can do hi, hello, something, and I can even do a video call with them. I can search agent 03 and then initiate a video call. Agent 3 is offline, so that's why it's not showing. So basically an internal communication. That's where we call it as collaboration, right? What is collaboration? Internally, you are talking to your colleagues and sharing the files and doing some sort of things. So for this, I'm not assigning any license. It takes a default license called collaborate, which is this, right? Now, I want this user is just a user which is having a role called employee role, which is by default. I wanted to promote this user as an agent, a contact center agent who can receive calls, who can make some calls, pretty much the agent activities. So Genesys has created another role which is available here. If you select all, you can see other built-in roles within Genesys. Of course, you can create your custom role, but these are the standard roles available. When you see, for example, you wanted to meet a specific requirement that that user has to be an administrator as well as an agent as well as a supervisor. So you can have your own permissions configured. I'll show you that how to configure, by the way. So time being, I am assigning a role called user here. You can see something like user. So if you read the description of that, it says role for basic agent function. So this is used for doing basic ACD routing. ACD routing means automatic call distribution routing, making the agent available in a queue. So all sort of contact center related functionalities. So I'm just toggling this button on. So he is now a contact center agent. And if you, when I say that, I'm getting a warning here saying that this user will be going to use CX2 license, which is a contact center license. So I'm elevating this user from a standard collaborate user to a contact center user. By the way, CX1, 2, 3 are the additional licenses in contact center, which is having additional capabilities. In this org, I have only CX2. So when I move this user into a contact center agent, this is going to consume a CX2 license. So this is one important thing in Genesys. The license consumption is purely based on the role that I assign. I cannot go to the user and change into CX1 or change into collaborate or communicate. That option is not available. It's purely based on the role that you assign to the user. When I assign a user role to the user, that is interesting, a user role to the user, which is going to take CX2 license. So this user is going to be a new contact center agent. So let me click save, and that is done. So as an admin, I have given user role to the user, WB user, and he consumed CX2 license. And if you wanted to see what are the things this user can do when he logs in, you can open that, again go to view permission, and you can see additional features. Okay. So this is consuming CX2. This particular thing, analytics, observations, and view, that functionality consumes CX2 license. Then of course this callback accept that consumes CX2. So CX2 comes on top of communicate. You can see the CX2 is the current license for the user. So CX2 contains all the functionalities of the previous one, which is collaborate and communicate. And by the way, what is communicate? I'm not assigning communicate here, but communicate means it can do callings, PSTN calling, SBC calling, all those things, but no queuing or anything, no contact center functionalities, but just like a telephony functionality, that is communicate. But when I assign CX2, I get collaborate features, communicate features, and the contact center functionality features. Let me refresh the page that we logged in, right? So this is the page that I logged in. Somebody's messaging me, Agent 8. Thank you. So if I refresh this, you need to note down the options which is available in. Yeah.
Can you elaborate a bit on the communicate license part a bit?
Okay, so collaborate means right now that you see on the screen is collaborate. I can chat, I can do video call. Communicate means I will also get a phone symbol over here. With that, I can dial some numbers. I can dial a DID number externally. I can receive call to that number. That is communicate. But I cannot receive any contacts in the call. Contacts in the call in the sense it comes to an IVR, then going through the queue and routing to the agent. That is not available in the communicates section. Okay. So communicate means pure telephony functions. You can do PSTN call, you can do extension dialing, you can receive PSTN calls, those type of things. But no call queuing or waiting in the queue, no IVR stuff, those type of things are not available. But the moment I assign user, it has taken CX2, right? So CX2 contains communicate, collaborate plus CX2 specific features. So if I refresh this page, currently I'm logged in as that user, right? WB user. If I refresh this page, you will start seeing new options coming in here. So let me do that. I hope the speed is okay right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, a few things. I'll come to those points, guys. Okay. So you see when I assign the contacts in the thing, a new option came in here, which is the telephone symbol and these other items. This is inbox, this is agent assist, and this is interactions. So this specific interaction and agent assist is related to contact center, and these two are related to your communicate license. But right now the phone is disabled. That means I don't have any phone functionality. Even if I click on the phone, it says no phone selected. So we need to configure a phone for the user, then only the user can accept the calls. So let me pause here. What I have done is I created a user. I promoted the user as a contact center agent and logged into that user. Are we good at this point?
Yes, we are.
Okay, cool.
Yes, perfect.
So moving on.
Just one question, Ajay.
Yeah.
So before assigning the license, I mean related to the contact license, does that mean the use? I mean, we can do the functionality of PBX as well. I mean,
yeah,
because
so
the user can
so here if you look at the
package comes with the contact center and the PBX functionalities as well.
So if you think that okay, you only need the PBX functionalities, there is something called communicate user. See this communicate role placing calls. So if I assign only this, okay, then save and continue, and removing the other one. For example, if I select assigned, now I have employee, which is by default, communicate user, and removing the user role, then you cannot do, you cannot see the last two options. These two wouldn't be there, but you still see the call and inbox options. Hope that is clear. Yeah. So, but the user is on top of communicate. So when I assign user, whatever feature you have in the communicate, that comes by default.
Okay.
Hey Abdul, one more question I have. In communicate, do we get the option to call to do the call externally as well, or only within the
externally? Externally, you can do PSTN call. You can receive PSTN call. You can even assign a DID number to the agent, then directly call that number.
Thank you.
No problems. So moving on, before making any calls or anything, let us understand a theory concept called edge server. So our next task is to make a phone configured for the user, right? So we usually use a phone called WebRTC phone, which is a software based phone itself on the browser. You don't need to have any separate application or physical phone, though Genesys supports that. If you would like to have that deployment, you can do it, but most of the deployment you will see a Genesys web browser based WebRTC phone. So to register that WebRTC phone, you need a media server, a kind of registrar server. So that's the place we talk about the edge servers. So let us understand what is edge server, then we'll go and configure the phones for the user. So when somebody takes Genesys as a whole like this, there is a built-in component there called edge server, which is your SIP proxy server, media server, all your SIP termination, telephone terminations, recording, and everything handled by a server which is called edge server. That will be not hidden. I will show you that. But this edge server can be deployed in two different ways. One, which is attached to the Genesys Cloud itself, like a cloud, completely cloud-based edge server. Or some countries like India, doesn't matter. Now we have a location in Mumbai. But imagine you are in a country where you don't have Genesys solution available. You see that URL in the first time, right? For example, these are the Genesys locations across the globe. So let's take an example of Saudi Arabia. So when you take Saudi Arabia, there is no specific AWS region which is having a Genesys solution available in Saudi Arabia. So as per Saudi Arabia telecom regulations rule, any call that comes to a box, which is basically an SBC or anything that comes to Saudi Arabia location, to get an IVR or to get some services, it shouldn't cross the geographical border into a different country. That's the country regulations. So if I set up a Genesys for Saudi Arabia, I will be picking up the nearest location which is available. So right now Dubai, it is available. Yeah, Middle East, UAE is there. So I can speak to the customer saying that, hey, you are from Saudi Arabia. When you are signing up for Genesys Cloud, we don't have any AWS region within Saudi Arabia or many other countries, that example. Then you have to go for the nearest data center, which is Middle East, and it started recently. So you can set up your organization there. Now, when any call comes to a Saudi Arabia DID from or what is STC service provider in Saudi Arabia, you take a DID number from STC, route the call to your SBC, and when that call comes in, technically you can send the call to a Middle East Genesys Cloud, which we will be also doing now. We can do that, but as per the country regulation, which is not a supported thing, then what is the telecom regulatory thing saying in Saudi Arabia? Even India, it's applicable, but right now India is safe because we have a location in Mumbai. So Saudi says you cannot terminate this call, or you cannot get an IVR from a different country. So if there is a Middle East, of course, the IVR that you see, that media files and everything will be streamed through the internet to the user through the SBC. So of course, you cannot hear that from a different country. You have to locate things inside your organization. If you have that specific requirement, then this edge server, right? You can request Genesys, hey, we need a local edge server, this guy. And they will ship you an HP server with a pre-configured software, OS and everything. You can just configure an IP address. By the way, I haven't worked on that deployment. You will get an HP server. So you deploy that HP server inside your organization, and then these guys will be synced. Like the HP server will be completely synced with the Genesys Cloud. And when you upload any prompt like welcome to blah blah blah, or thank you for calling blah blah blah, all those kind of prompts, that will be locally stored here, which is inside your country or inside your premise. So any call comes in, though the configurations and everything managed from the cloud, the media file that you send to the calling party will be locally available. So that's the reason Genesys has brought this solution. So the edge is available in the cloud, or if your country says we need a local edge, that deployment is also available. You can purchase a local edge server, then add into your Genesys Cloud. There is a way you can add the local edge server using a peering ID. That peering ID, when you enter, these guys will communicate. But still, you will still configure into Genesys Cloud to log in things, creating users, adding configuration, creating flows, and everything will be still inside Genesys. The prompt files, audio files, and everything will be locally downloaded into this edge server. And basically your SBC will be talking to the edge server. That's it. So the telephony termination happens locally. That's it. All the configurations and other thing still in the cloud. Now you are still under the compliance of telecom regulatory of that specific country. So only in that situation we go with a local edge solution. But if your country is listed already here, in my case, which is India or US, so let's go here. In India, we have an Mumbai location available. So I don't need to go for a local edge server as per Indian Telecom Authority TRAI regulations. I can take a DID number from any carrier like Tata or whatever, then send that call to Mumbai, which is still inside India. So I am still under the regulatory rules. So that is one thing we need to keep in mind. So depending on the position of your edge server, which is this, two choice, right? Edge can be in the cloud, like a fully cloud solution, or edge can be in the local. We actually divide the deployment into 3 different sections. But before going to that 3 different section, did we understand? I'll just walk you through what edge does. So it acts as a media server. One second. Yeah, it acts as a media server, SIP registrar server, SIP proxy server, call recorder. All these PBX functionalities, right, that we usually see, media recording, SIP registration, SIP proxy, call recording, all of that, it is completely handled by the edge server, which is a cloud managed device. Cloud managed means all the configuration that you do in the cloud, and if it is a cloud deployed, you don't have to do anything. It's completely managed by Genesys itself. It will be there. But if it is an on-premise, still the configuration for that server you're gonna do inside the Genesys itself. That's why they call it as cloud managed server. Okay, and it's just a single hardware. It can be a virtual machine as well, like virtual machine in the cloud, in a fully cloud deployment. I'll show you one cloud, by the way. And edge is available as cloud-based or premise-based. I show you 2 different examples, right? So you can purchase, by the way, if it is premise-based, it will be an HP server, but you cannot do on that HP. It is a pre-installed HP server with all their Genesys Cloud softwares and everything. They will ship it to you, and then you just plug it, configure some IP address. There is a management interface for that server. Then that will be talking to Genesys. Any fonts that you configure, like agent font, WebRTC font, or any connection that you bring from externally, the telephone connection, it all managed by, all terminated by this edge server. That's the importance of edge server. Font will be talking to the edge server. External trunk for a SIP connection, external trunk will be talking to the edge server. So edge is your telephony server. So simple terms you can imagine, edge means your telephony PBX server, which is attached to the Genesys Cloud, and the PBX converts all these things like taking the call, registering the phone, and all those things. And like I said, depending on the position of the edge server, we have divided that into 3 different things. I will explain that point after this. Usually, every organization will have multiple edge servers, and edge servers will be grouped into a specific group called edge group, and then it is available to site. Site is a new concept, but we'll be going to site later. So edge server, we don't have only one edge. Usually it will be a pair of like 1 and 1, and that both edge server will be grouped into an edge group, and that edge group will be available to site. So there is a concept called site, which I'll be covering next. Then site, yeah, so of course it is here. Site link the fonts and trunks together. Like if you have a font, when you create a font, there will be an attachment, okay, which site the font belongs to. So fonts talks to site, and site will be talking to the edge group, so it registers. Or if you are bringing a SIP trunk, the trunk will be talking to, means trunk will be attached to the site, and site will be talking to the edge group. That's how all the media termination on registration, WebRTC registration, even if you have a SIP font, all the registration managed by the edge server itself in the form of edge group. Okay. Now, I'll explain this slide and then we can go to the discussion. Like I said, depending on the position of edge. So like I said, edge is available in the cloud as well as in the premise. Depending on the position of the edge, there are 3 types of deployment models available. I can call it as a Genesys Cloud CX voice deployment model, how the telephone is managed. So first option is the simplest one. So it says, it says Genesys Cloud Voice. So this cloud here, right, that represents the position of edge. Since I said Genesys Cloud CX voice means the cloud, sorry, the edge server is in the cloud itself. So it is edge sits in the cloud, Genesys manages it. So you don't need to worry about anything. Edge will be there sitting peacefully, and Genesys will be managing that. And here, in this case, you will be directly purchasing DID number from Genesys. You have an option to purchase directory number from Genesys, and here Genesys will be acting as your telephone carrier as well. So easiest deployment, right? You don't need to worry about DIDs. You don't need to create any telephone agreement with any other carrier. You go purchase number from Genesys directly and assign to the flow or assign to the user. Simple. So Genesys act as your PSTN. no SBC, no bulky configuration. So this is called Genesys Cloud CX voice. So that second word cloud represents your edge server is in the cloud. Okay. Now let me show you that where exactly that comes under our.
Ajay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we purchase the DID number to outside
Yeah.
and integrate to Genesys?
Yeah, that is what we're going to do now. I'll purchase from outside and integrate with the Genesys, the second option. So I'll show you the first option. If your organization belongs to a place where you have that Genesys Cloud voice service available, then within your admin, the Genesys admin, you can go to number management. Yeah, Genesys Cloud voice. So keep in mind here, your edge server is in the cloud and numbers are also purchased directly from the Genesys itself. So you can go to number management, then purchase a number. You choose what location you are, but if you select India, of course, you don't see that option available because it is only available in specific countries. Yeah, so India is not here, I guess. India is not here. So you cannot buy an India DID directly from this option. So if your customer location falls into this place, this is the best option for you because no SBC, no call routing, no extra configuration. You go order this number. Let us try order some number. So area code, let me try 214 and then search. You will see the numbers, right? So I can pick one or two number, whatever I want, complete purchase. But here I cannot because I have a limitation of 2 numbers I already purchased. So just click next and then you can grab that number. I have already took 2 numbers. These are the 2 numbers. This is purely managed by Genesys. No SBC, no carrier, no vendor, completely Genesys managed. So that solution is called Genesys Cloud Voice, which is the first option. So in this case, you might be asking, so where is the edge server located? So let's go back to the admin center again. Sorry, not admin center, admin page of Genesys again. And then you can see edge groups and also there is an edge as well. So let us open the edge first and then I'll show you the edge group. So I said this is a completely cloud based solution. So both edges, these are the 2 edges which is deployed in AWS and is completely managed by Genesys. That means even if you open that, you don't see any configuration to configure. They'll say this is completely managed by Genesys. You don't have any rights to configure things. So my deployment is that my edge sits in the cloud. Then within the edge group, I have one edge group. That edge group combines these 2 things together. Where is that? I'll talk about this later, the trunk additions. Where is that combination? Hybrid media group. Expand all. Again, this is by default configured. This is not something that I configured. When you go for a normal cloud deployment or when you even sign up, you will have the 2 cloud groups. Again, this is not managed, so I don't see that option, but I'll show you a test call and then I'll show you how that edge group is grouped into edges. So these 2 edges are actually mapped into the existing edge group. Nothing can be configured. It is there by default. And then this edge group will be called within the site. So I'm not going to site right now, but I'll explain the concept of 3 options. Then I'll come to the site. So edge is there. Edge group is there. For some reason, I don't remember where exactly. It means you will even see that edge groups there. Edge servers here. But it is configured. We can initiate a test call and see that. Now, that is
just
our
a question.
Yeah.
Is those edge are similar to media fabrics or those are different?
It includes global media fabric is basically it's not exactly the same. Global media fabric is Genesys has deployed multiple media servers across the globe, and when a customer calls, it identifies the nearest location and pick that. That is a different concept.
Okay.
Right, so that is our first option. So this is one way you can get a DID number from Genesys and make directly call to that number. You don't need to have any hardware, nothing, just a number directly from Genesys. And the second option is BYOC Cloud. Here also you have the term called cloud.
Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I have one question. So if we select a DID number from Genesys, and if I call that number, then how the local service provider will understand that this number is belong to so and so bank or whatever?
Yeah, so we configure something called call route, which is our upcoming topic. In that I will attach when somebody calls this number, where should I route this? I will show you that portion, by the way. But
Okay,
local
sure. Sorry,
yeah.
I have one question. There is any specific or the 10-digit number, DID number?
Nothing like that. You can get all country specific DIDs from there. So as long as this Genesys Cloud voice is not available in all countries, so make sure it is your country falls under that location. So you can go to number management and try to locate your country there. If you see your country, for example, Australia, India is not there, right? So you cannot have an Indian DID purchased from here. So these are the proper DID numbers directly getting from Genesys. Hope that is clear.
Okay.
The DID number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second thing.
Yeah.
It is mandatory to the prefix also in DID. Plus 91 or
when you purchase, yeah, it's just a representation, but when you purchase a number from a carrier, like you're going to Tata and purchase a number, or you're going to Verizon and purchase a number, they give you that E164 format number, right? That means anybody in the world with a telephone, they can reach that number. So they are just showing that it's not the prefix, it's a complete number, DID E.164 representation. So let me show you the number that I have already. See this is 214-813-9149, which is a US number. So I directly purchase this number from US. And when someone calls that number, what happens, which I need to decide. I will show you that.
Sorry to interrupt. As per his concern, we for multiple state are available. Suppose we configure. So we cannot configure multiple in same site we cannot configure multiple state, right? It means
in same site, I'll come to the site later, then we will discuss. But this is just purchasing a number from Genesys. That's all I have explained. I didn't talk about how to route the call, where to route the call. We didn't talk about that. I'm just saying, how can we get a DID number inside Genesys organization? The first choice is Genesys Cloud Voice, which is like directly taking a number from Genesys, which is the easiest solution. You take a number, configure it, your contact center is up and running. But imagine if your country is not located here, of course in my case it's not located in India, then you will have to go for alternative options, right? So I'm going to that alternative options. The site configuration I will show you in a moment. I'll just finish this part. So any other questions? Yeah.
Is there any specific reason why that India is not registered with that Genesys?
Yeah, so that depends on
Try has not registered with that Genesys, or what is the reason for
that's a legal concept. So when any solution, a voice over IP solution built, they will have to work with the country regulations and make sure this is available. I mean, there are a lot of things back and forth going on between the TRI regulations and the vendor. Once they agree, then we will have an option. But right now, India is not saying, India is saying you cannot do a telephony business in India. So if you want, you go for additional options. So we have these options available. I'll come to that. That's a legal reason. So we don't know when they're going to sort it out. But sooner or later, we'll start seeing more and more countries added to the Genesys Cloud Voice. So in future, if you say, maybe after, I don't know, after 10 years, so you will see almost all countries there.
So is that mean that we cannot domestic call center, we can register with that Genesys to that in India, right?
Yeah, right now also India contact center you can have, but I didn't talk about these two second options, right? Then we'll come to that point. So let me go to this, the BYOC Cloud. Additional question, you can just note it down. I will answer once we complete. So the BYOC Cloud here also, the term cloud is there means. So when you say the cloud there, that means again, your edge is sitting in the cloud. Of course, edge is sitting in the cloud. We have seen that. If you go to the admin page, you can see that it's a cloud managed edge server. So that is still applicable here. It's a cloud solution. So edge is there, which is managed by Genesys. You don't have any access. So it is still there. Come on, load. Yes. Now, customers to bring DID number via BYOC options. That means I'm not purchasing number directly from Genesys. I will say my nearest carrier is Verizon. So I'll take a DID number from Verizon. So I'll pay some amount and get that DID number. Then I'll decide, okay, when somebody calls that DID number, what should I do? So I can bring an SBC in between. So let me show you an image. So you have Verizon here and you have your Genesys Cloud here. Of course, within that you have a cloud edge also. When I say Genesys, it is full with the cloud, I mean edge as well. Now you bought a DID +1 214 888 3121. This is the DID number you purchased from Genesys, and you have a customer who is calling that number. When it comes, you tell Verizon, you route the call into my SBC. This is managed by customer itself. You route the call to my SBC. Then I will configure my SBC to route the call into Genesys. By the way, this is what we're going to do today. That is one option, option number one. Some carriers, Verizon, you can talk to them saying that, do you support direct peering? That means, can you send the call directly into Genesys? If they say yes, then you can ignore the SBC as well. So Verizon, any call comes into this, it sends to Genesys. Once it lands on the Genesys, then it is your task that you need to configure and route the call properly. We will come to that point after we finish our telephony side. So these are the two options when you go for a BYOC cloud. That means the edge is still in the cloud, but you are bringing an SBC with a carrier or a carrier direct peering. Is this clear? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is clear.
So that is the second option. Now we go for the highly complicated option. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Any question?
Just one question. Just one question. Do we have the direct call flow diagram basis on this deployment model?
Yeah, I have it coming in. I have it coming in the upcoming slides. So this is what the routing works, how the routing works in Genesys. I'll come to this slide after we get the number.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So
Question here, a BYOC.
Yeah, go ahead. BYOC question.
BYOC is a bring your own
carrier
customer or
carrier.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't explain about what is BYOC. Yeah, sorry. But any other question?
Yeah, Abdul, one question here. Can you elaborate more on which condition we use SBC on and which condition we no need to use SBC? It's totally depend on the service provider?
Yeah, it's totally depend on the service provider. Imagine you are going to Verizon. Verizon is your carrier. Or let's take in India as an example. Let's go to Tata.
Okay.
So you go to, oh, sorry. Where is my stuff? So you go to Tata, then ask them, hey, I need some set of DID number, maybe 10 DID numbers. So they will give you +91, which is India code, then some 808, blah, 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 some DID numbers they will give you. Now you speak to Tata, okay, can you deliver this numbers? Anyone who calls this number, can you deliver that directly into Genesys? If they say, yes, we can, then that is your choice. So you can bypass the SBC. If they say, no, we can send the call only to your SBC, then you have to bring an SBC and then put the call into Genesys, like a middle guy. SBC will be in the middle, takes the call from Tata, extend to Genesys. If they can do a direct peering, then you can ignore the SBC and tell them to peer directly into Genesys. So still, this is called your carrier,
it will depend on the carrier, with their capability, whether they have that capability to route the call directly to the
Yeah, one more question here. Okay, so let me expand that. I hope you guys are not busy today. We might need a lot of time.
AJ, let me understand one more thing here.
Yeah.
So when a carrier is calling, right, directly to the Genesys, is there any public network should be enabled in the Genesys end? Because if internal connection means it's from SBC and Genesys connection, it is coming.
Yeah.
When Tata carrier directly needs to be called to Genesys, how would be the connection?
It will be completely internet. So when you create a trunk inside Genesys, you will have a trunk identifier. It will be like, for example, AJ-, Genesys blah 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 .org or something, some URL you will get from the Genesys, which I will show you. Then these guys need to send a SIP call into that termination. So yeah, their destination address will be that specific URL. Imagine you purchase a DID number from Tata and they are saying we don't support SIP, we'll only give you PRI. Then what you should do? So you need a guy who can accept the PRI stuff, right? So that will be again your voice gateway, or again I can call it as SBC also. So the PRI connection is a physical connection. It is completely a physical cable from the Tata carrier to your premise. Then this is what digital communication, right? So it's not at all IP. Then the SBC will convert that into IP, and then you can send that to this particular SIP URI. This is how the connection comes. Yeah. So if it is,
so now
yeah.
It's totally depend on the protocols which service provider like referred, like they are referred to SIP or PRI trunking or whatever it is. That depends on the service provider.
Yeah.
So in that way, we use SBC or not. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And moreover, Genesys supports only SIP. So any calls that you wanted to bring to Genesys, it has to be finally SIP. So if Tata
so
gives you a
SBC will convert PRI trunking
exactly
to SIP to Genesys. Okay,
yes,
fine,
right.
fine, yeah.
So it converts into SIP and then it accepts. So here this guy is doing two things: converting PRI into SIP or digital communication to IP communication and bridging that. So if Tata says, okay, we have a direct internet-based SIP trunking option, then this will be an internet address. I will show you this, what is basically the trunk identifier. So you just tell that Tata directly saying that, okay, you send the call into this URI. That's all we need. If they are okay with that, then you don't need anything. And this is purely through internet. You don't need to have any private connection between them to make that happen through internet.
Okay. Yeah, one more question regarding deployment. So is it possible to implement Genesys Cloud deployment on a private cloud?
Good question. That was available. They call it as Genesys multi-cloud, but it is discontinued. I hope end of sale also completed. So previously Genesys started with Genesys Engage, which is like a premise-based contact center solution, like you install the VMs and everything. That is going to be end of sale, end of support in 2025, which is next year. Then they brought in something called multi-cloud. Multi-cloud in the sense you get an image of Genesys Cloud software. You install that on your preferred infrastructure cloud like Azure or AWS. Go to Azure Marketplace, you can deploy that Genesys software there. That is also not available today. It's all gone. And Genesys will be only maintaining just one software, which is Genesys Cloud CX, which is the new name for that. Previously, they call it as Pure Cloud. That is the same thing. And that is a managed solution. So that means you cannot install anywhere. You go to Genesys, pay some amount, subscribe it and use it. Just like your Netflix. We go there, pay some amount, then start using it. Just like that. That's the only thing they will be supporting in future. All other product is going to be sunset soon. Okay. Now, moving on, the rest of the question I will answer after the session, guys. The third option, which is bring your own carrier. Of course, I am bringing my own carrier on-premise. This on-premise represents the location of edge. So here, the edge sits in the customer premise as an HP hardware, right? So this is the case where you need to have a lot of, means if you are in a country where you have a lot of regulatory restrictions, and you are not seeing a Genesys location within your country, then you need to go for this solution. You still, so let me draw that, how that image comes, then that will make more sense. So I am bringing the edge from cloud into my own premise. So whatever deployment I have drawn before, all those cases, I have the, oh, why this is too small? Sorry guys. Yeah, I got bigger one. So this is my Genesys Cloud, and you have your Verizon carrier here. Okay, let's take an example of Saudi Arabia because that will be a good example. So Saudi carrier will be STC. Okay, so this is located in UAE. So the nearest cloud location for Saudi Arabia will be UAE. So Genesys Cloud sits in UAE, and in this case, this is your office. Okay, how do I draw an office? This is your office. and you purchase a DID from STC. So I think it's 966 is the country code for Saudi. So you get that 966 number, and so the STC guys will say, okay, we can send you the call as a PRI or SIP trunking, but it has to be terminated inside your premise. So you bring one SBC here. Okay, now you got this as a PRI or SIP, whatever. You have an option to send the call directly here, but the country says the call should not be terminated in UAE. So in that case, you will say, hey Genesys, I have this restriction. What is the next solution I have? So Genesys will say, don't worry, we will send you another box, which is called local edge. Of course, it is costly. You need to pay the money for that. You install that, and from the SBC, instead of extending the call directly into Genesys, you extend the call here. Okay, so SBC receive your first call, then SBC will be extending that call to your local edge server. Of course, it will have a local IP address, which is like 10 dot something or 192.172. Local IP will be there. So you can configure your SBC in such a way that it can send the call to this local edge server. And this local edge and the Genesys Cloud seamlessly sync always. They are in sync. So any configuration that you do here will be the media files and everything will be downloaded here. Any calls that you record will be actually stored inside the edge server. So since the edge is in the premise, we call it as BYOC premise. This BYOC means what? You are bringing your own carrier, right? It is STC and you have an SBC and everything. So you are bringing your own carrier and the edge is sitting in the premise. So we call it as BYOC premise. Is it clear? I hope it is clear.
Yeah, Abdul, a quick question.
One question.
Let the other guy go first and then come. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so in case I'm setting up a domestic call center, so for example, my site is at Chennai. Okay, I'm using the AWS Mumbai region, which is available in India.
Yeah.
And my Chennai site is connected to Mumbai via MPLS.
Yeah.
And I have a carrier who is providing the SIP trunks which are terminated on a AudioCodes SBC at my site. So do I need an edge server here or not?
No.
And if not, then why?
Okay, so let me draw that image first. Okay. So you mean to say we have a Mumbai Genesys Cloud here.
Yeah.
This is Mumbai Genesys and you are sitting in Chennai. And where is the SBC?
Correct. At Chennai location only.
So Chennai you have an SBC. And where is the carrier?
Chennai carrier.
Chennai carrier. So let's take Tata again. So you get a Chennai DID number plus 91 and Chennai code. Okay. It comes here. Then your question is, this SBC can route the call directly into Mumbai. That option is available. So,
do we need edge here again?
No, we don't need edge. And we are still under compliance. Without edge, we can deploy because it's an Indian number, Chennai number, though it's a Chennai number. India regulation says the call has to be terminated within the country. So you are still terminating that in Mumbai, but that is still okay. So you don't need to have any edge server. Is that clear?
Okay.
Why it is not?
Okay.
Yeah, not
But Abdul, one question, one doubt here on this part actually. For this, we are using HPC, that is fine. But still, we need to use the cloud edge, right? In this solution.
Yeah, of course,
right?
the cloud edge will be here. It is sitting here.
Yes, yes.
This,
but that is managed by Genesys only.
That is managed by Genesys. Yes. So the blue color thing is going and terminating in that sitting cloud-based edge. So you don't need to have a local edge here. Because India Telecom never say that. If you are in Chennai, your call has to terminate in Chennai. That option is not there. It has to be within the country. So you still can extend that call into Mumbai and terminate there. But if you are extending that to a different country, that's where the problem comes in.
So based on the telecom regulatory, we need local edge.
Yes.
Yes. Thanks. Yeah.
Second
AJ,
one.
from your above diagram, from your above diagram, that we can remove that SBC as well, right? Means STC can send that media
that's a good option.
Local edge, right?
Yeah, so the STC can send that directly into the local edge. I haven't seen that deployment, by the way, but it's absolutely practical. You can do that if the because edge is just an IP-based device. It can accept call from an SBC or it can directly accept call from any other SIP carrier. So it is absolutely fine.
So is that local edge also only for SIP calls, or it would be like
No,
call?
it is a SIP call only because it has only RJ45 ports. There is no digital PRI ports or FXO trunking port, nothing like that. It's purely a network HP server. So it doesn't have any port which can take a PRI and convert. That logic is not built into the edge. So in case if you're receiving it as a PRI, you have to have that a voice gateway device there to convert that. Or directly if you can send that to this IP, that is still fine.
So Abdul, if we
Abdul,
remove
can I
that,
have a
if we remove that SBC here, there is any impact on that call? Means that is the SBC with that different way of taking that calls. Okay.
So you are removing SBC. What is the question? You are removing SBC from here then?
Okay. If we remove that SBC here also, that call it directly from the STC to edge server.
Yes, right. Because it will have a local IP.
Is that edge server giving that same functionality with that what the SBC is giving that?
Edge server understands the SIP calls. That's all. It can take a SIP invite. The voice gateway or SBC can do a lot of other functionality. It can do a PRI to SIP conversion and a lot of that. But honestly, I haven't seen this deployment because STC, when they give you, they will actually give you a modem. They will give you an initial modem with that connection, and then you connect that into your SBC, and then you go to the edge server. This is I have seen, and I didn't even test whether we can take a call directly from STC to edge server. I haven't tested
So
that. I haven't seen.
Yeah, that's my question. That modem is directly connected with that local edge or not?
Yeah, you can connect. You have an option to connect. This modem is a RJ45 modem. You can directly connect that into the edge server. But this is something we have to test and see, or ask Genesys guys to see whether it is a supported option or not.
Actually, SBC and Edge are one and the same thing, right? But you said that
no,
all the
SBC and Edge are
configurations from
not the same. Edge is basically handles all the media downloads, all the media configuration. It acts as a registrar server. It acts as a termination server. It is not the same. This is like a PBX box. The Edge is like a PBX box. It can handle telephony things. But SBC is like bringing the carrier connection like a PRI or FXO and converting that to SIP. Or it can do a lot of header manipulation. It can do a lot of other stuff. It is not the same. Both support SIP calls. That's it.
So that means the cloud standpoint, it will communicate.
Guys, I will pause it there. This related question you can ask later, because our target is to cover this guy here, BYOC Cloud. We'll go into that. Okay. When I start explaining this countrywide regulation, usually I see a lot of questions, like everybody will start questioning about this. So let us pause it for some time. We will deal that later after the session.
Abdul, only one question.
Yeah.
When you say this edge, right, it's kind of acting as a proxy server, right?
Yes, proxy server.
Okay.
Abdul, one more question.
That's the last question, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. So the edge server, in case of the failover to the edge server, what happens? Like if you are going to install it on premise?
Yeah. Again, you will have to purchase 2 HP server. It will be grouped into 2 media edge groups, and then that will be available to site. So if one fails, the other one will work. If both fails, your call will fail. So it is not only single box, it's always deployed as a 2 boxes.
Okay.
Okay. Now moving on, rest of the question you park it for some time. I will answer later because it's already around 10 o'clock. I was thinking within 4 hours, but we haven't reached the configuration section, right? We just added a user. Anyway, so it is always important to understand how this calling functionality works within the cloud vendors. So if it is Genesys Cloud Voice, we have something called a fully cloud-based solution. So fully cloud-based solution, when I say fully cloud-based solution, you get the DID number directly from the vendor. So in Genesys Cloud, we call it as Genesys Cloud Voice. In Microsoft Teams Enterprise World, we call it as Microsoft Calling Plan. Okay, somebody is not muted. So Microsoft Teams Calling Plan is nothing but you directly buy a number from Microsoft. Equivalent to Cisco WebEx, we call it as Cisco Calling Plan. So you purchase DID number from Cisco. So in this first scenario, your vendor itself is your carrier. So you have a Genesys or you have Teams or you have WebEx, your carrier, they are acting as your carrier. So the same solution is available in all these places. And the second option, within Genesys, we don't have that option, but in Microsoft Teams, we have something called Operator Connect. The equivalent of that in WebEx called Cloud Connect to WebEx for call. Cloud Connect for WebEx calling, previously known as Cloud Connected PSTN. I like that term. They recently rebranded as Cloud Connect for WebEx calling. So what it does is, the carrier like Tata, Verizon, AT&T, they will create an agreement with Cisco or Microsoft saying that customers can directly order DIDs from your portal. So they can come to your, if it is Teams Admin Center, or if it is WebEx Portal Control Hub, you can go there. Two options, buy directly from Cisco or Microsoft. If it is not, then you can see all the carriers listed there, like you can see Tata, Verizon, all those carriers. You take directly connection from them. So they already have an agreement, Tata and Microsoft, or Tata and WebEx, they have that agreement created. From their portal, from the vendor portal, you can order DIDs for another carrier, which is called Cloud Connected Carrier Solution or Operator Connect in Microsoft Teams. But that option is not available in Genesys. Okay, not yet. It might be coming in future. Then the third option for all of them will be BYOC. So Genesys, we have two BYOC, right? You have BYOC, edge is in the cloud or edge is in the premise. Both are BYOC itself. So you buy a DID from your preferred carrier, then route that number to Genesys. The Microsoft, they call it as direct routing. Then Cisco, they call it as local gateway. So this is the comparison of telephony interconnection in all these vendors. Just for your information, by the way. Okay, so we move on to the concept of site and locations. So when we discuss about the edge servers, right, how the edge server becomes available for a trunk. Suppose you are creating a carrier trunk, so you are bringing a telephone carrier with an SBC into Genesys. Of course, you need a media server, means edge server, right? So edge server is sitting in this. So this edge server is connected to site. So this is your site called building D. It's a site, okay? And that site is located within the location called Bangalore. So in Genesys Cloud, there are two entities. One is called locations, and another one is called site. So the functionality of location. So location is actually created for identifying where the user actually located. So we created a user, right? Now we need to tell that WB user we created where that user actually belongs to. Is he belongs to a Bangalore office or Texas office, whatever office. So that is called it as the location. It is not directly related to telephony things. It is just to say that, okay, this user belongs to that location. And it also uses the emergency address. When a user calls an emergency number like 911 or some emergency number, what location will be used. So the address of the location, so location basically a location. Location is a configuration item in Genesys that will have an address. That address will be used for emergency calling purpose. That's the two uses of location. One, if you go to the user, you can see that the user belongs to that specific geographical location. Second, if that user dials some emergency number, that location address will be used for the public safety support system. That is the use of location. And after creating a location, we create something called site. Site is basically your telephony concept. Site bridges your edge group, then your trunk, and also your phones. So when you create a phones, it can be a physical phone or it can be a WebRTC phone. All those phones will be, it has to register somehow, right? So it has to go through the trunk and register to the cloud, means the cloud edge servers. And of course, when you create the phone, you only tell them, okay, this is your site. You don't say that, okay, you have to register to this edge or you have to register to the cloud edge, nothing like that. You will just point, okay, phone, you belongs to this site. So that site understand what is my media server or what is my edge server. So if a request come through that site, let me register that into the specific edge. So to get the edge services, we have two concepts, location and site. So site is contributing for all your trunking things, like if you wanted to bring an SBC into cloud, or if you wanted to register a phone into the cloud, you need, of course, we understand we need edge server, but we cannot directly point that edge server. We envelop that edge server into a site, and then we point the site while creating a phone or while creating a trunk. That's the simple explanation of locations and sites. Is it clear, guys? Or again confused? Yeah. Okay, good. No question. So this is the comparison. See, the location is geographic. Okay. So geographic area of an organization used for emergency service address in the user profile section, we can see where the user actually belongs to. So these are the uses of location. And then site defines the telephony properties. That means it holds the edge server. Yeah. And the site will have the dial plan. If the user is dialing some external number, is dialing a DID number, or is dialing any number, the site will control the dial plan. I'll show you that in a moment. And in fully cloud solution, all the site obtain edge details from the core site. So let's go and see that. I have a fully cloud solution. So if I go to the sites here, of course I can create sites, and you can see one core site. If you look at this, pure cloud voice, which is there by default. When you sign up for Genesys, you will see a core site is getting created because I have fully cloud oriented stuff. So this site, again, it says pure cloud voice, AWS is managed by your provider. We cannot modify anything. So you can see a site which is unmanageable, untouched, that is there in the org. And when you create a new site, let me create a new site. You can put some location name here, some name here, and then you also need to point a location. So while creating a site, a location is mandatory. So that's the reason. First, we need to create a location, then come back to the site. So I'll go to locations. Location is not available in the telephony section, which is in the directory section, location. And I do have a location here called New York. I'll just open it rather than creating. I can create it. Okay, simple. Let me create them. We can create multiple location, by the way. New York location 02. I just created a new location. And if you wanted to attach an image, you can do that. Then site contact, maybe inside your organization, you can put a site contact, which is optional. Address. So let me. Okay, I got some random address here. This is fine, I guess. Then I need to save this. Okay. I'm not hitting save, but imagine you saved it. Then you will see something like this. So this is what it is. And you can see I added an image as well. That's why it is showing there. And this is the address. And here I need this checkbox will be there when you create a site. I need to say configure this location for site emergency services. This has to be enabled. That means this location can be referenced from a site. So site is basically a telephony concept thing. So when the telephony concept idea triggers an emergency call, what will be the emergency address I need to use? Of course, in this case, this will be the emergency address they're going to be using. Again, the emergency calling altogether a different topic, which I am not explaining right now. But since I am talking about location, I just wanted to address that. So here you need to configure a DID number. So any emergency call, the caller ID for that emergency call will be this. Suppose I am dialing 911 from my phone. It take this number, then extend that call to the service provider. So sorry, the public safety system. So they understand the call is coming from this number. That number is registered with this address. So let me send the emergency support team into that specific location. So this has to be enabled when you configure a site. So after site configuration, I need to head over to location. Sorry. After location configuration, I need to head over to site. So, and that is also evident, right? So site is related to your telephony. That's where you see site somebody is not still mute. Please mute yourself, guys. So the site is related to telephony. That's where you see site here. And the location is related to the user address, user space. That's where it is under the directory thing. So I'll come to the site. Now I create the telephony group, like how edge server will be communicated together, all those stuff. So I have a site created here called New York site. I can simply add here, that's it. So add a name, then select that location, New York location, just save it. You can also configure the time zone. And if you have local edge server, this is the place you need to change that. Okay, for this particular site, I need to go for a premise-based edge servers. As long as you are selecting cloud, that will still use the existing edge servers in the cloud. So I created a new site here, which is New York site 1. And within that site, what I have configured. Within that site, it by default categorized as branch site. So that is what it says in the...
Abdul, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can we assign multiple DIDs to sites or location like?
No, on location will only carry one emergency number. Site, we don't add any numbers. When you create a phone, that's where we add the numbers. That is our next part.
So in the agent configuration, we assign agent the sites,
yes,
right?
Yes, exactly. Not agent directly. We assign phones to agent. Phone will have a site configuration, which is exactly my next configuration. I'm coming to that. So this is the line I need to address. In fully cloud solution, which is we are doing right now, all site obtains edge details from the core site. So we see that core site, right? What is the core site? Which is here called AWS blah 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 pure cloud voice. That is the core site. Any site that you create in a fully cloud deployment, everything will be categorized a branch site, and this will obtain the edge servers from the core site. So how the core site is managed, which is managed by Genesys Cloud itself. Core site will be talking to the edge group, and then edge group will have 2 cloud servers. So you don't need to worry about anything within a fully cloud deployment. You simply create a site. I created a new site here, and that will be by default categorized branch site. But any call or anything that any telephony activity happens here, it will say, okay, I'm a branch site. Let me talk to my core site, obtain the edge information, then do the registrations or call routing and everything. So that's how a site configuration. So within the site, what are the things we need to configure? So of course you have a site name and where it belongs to. A site belongs to a location. So you also configure New York location first so that I can point it out here. Then this is called media fabric region. That means I will be terminating anything that comes to this site. My US West media server will handle that call, but you can also add additional location like if a call triggered from Singapore or Asia Pacific, you can bridge that call into the nearest area, which is again the media region. Again, that is another scope of discussion, which I'm not wanted to initiate right now. So let's move on with the default configuration. Then here, yeah, those are the things within the site. Now you have something called numbering plans within the site. Means this is related to completely outbound dialing. When you are dialing a number from the user phone, what are the numbers are supported? You can see emergency, it can dial 911. Then some extension, this is like 4 to 6 digit extension, international number, network, URI dialing, all those things are supported. So you can keep adding here new numbering plan. Then you can create your regular expression based pattern, just like creating a voice route in Microsoft Teams. Similar to that, you can have your pattern here. Then we have something called outbound routes. So within the outbound routes, you add all those classification. So where is this classification? Which is the numbering plan, emergency, suicide prevention, extension, national, international, network. Everything has to be added here. Okay. Then I will say when anybody dials anything from this category, route the call to pure cloud voice AWS. So what is this pure cloud voice AWS? Which is a SIP trunk. So let me go to the trunk. These are all pre-configured. Okay, we don't need to add anything. This is the AWS managed trunk. That's the only trunk I have. So this is only one exit point from my Genesys if somebody dials outside. Again, I cannot configure anything. It is purely managed by Genesys. Only thing I can add a DID number for the caller ID purpose. Like any user who calls, they have a preference like either show the user with a DID if a user is having a DID. If not, use this number from the trunk. Again, site and location, I'm just explaining, it's not a part of our webinar as well. We need to talk about from trunk onwards, but I want to just address there is a concept of site and location. Location is basically just to see where the actual user belongs to. So with that context, let us go to our sample user, which is WB user, and check whether he belongs to. So let's go to people and then identify our WB user. Then we can have something called personal details. This is like the user profile. And here, come on, don't do this. Here, this is the only information. So I can go to edit mode and then add a new section. Then I will be able to see location here, location, and edit this location, add new. I can search for the New York location. So this is how I can configure the user profile. So anyone within my organization, if they come to the user page, how they come to the user page, they can go to directory, then organization, search all other user. If I want to go to agent 1, I can simply select agent 1, then I'll see, okay, agent 1 belongs to New York. So this is how you identify. That is the use of location. Also, it also supports the emergency calling address. So when the user 1 dials an emergency number, this will be the address used for. These are the two uses for location. And site is basically holding your edge group. That's the only thing site does. Okay, if you go to the site, you can see that it's a branch site. So if branch site means it goes to the core site for the edge server. Core site is directly connected to the edge group and edges. So that's how you reach there. And within the edge group, if I open the edge group, you can see that Genesys Cloud WebRTC font trunk. So there is a trunk created for font. So let me go to trunks one more time. So usually you will see external trunks here. This is the place you create trunk for your SBC, trunk for your external parties. And there is another concept called font trunk. So any fonts, if you wanted to register, it should have some parameters. Where should I go and register? What is my SIP server address and everything? So that's the thing created here. And by default, you can see Genesys Cloud WebRTC font trunk here. If you open that, you can see some settings. Okay, what is the protocol to be used? What are the port number to be used? All those things, media means whether you wanted to use QoS, all those diagnostic things. I'll go with default things. Again, this is by default there. I'm not modifying anything which is already there. So when you subscribe for Genesys Cloud complete cloud solution, your edges will be pre-configured, your edge group will be pre-configured, your core site will be pre-configured. The only thing you need to create a new location and a new site. That is what we have done. The trunk will be automatically associated. This WebRTC trunk will be associated with your edge group. That is the minimum requirement to proceed further. So what is my further activity? I'll be creating a phone and a SIP trunk. To make all these things happen, till this point has to be completed. So is it clear, guys? Or if you have any questions, please ask. Okay.
So if the edge server, okay, the edge server, if it resides in on-prem, like you said, the edge server function as a media server, SIP proxy, everything, correct?
Yes, right.
So in this case, the RTP stays in on-prem itself?
Yes, RTP stays in on-premise. That's the main reason we are putting the edge server locally. That's the requirement, right? When a call comes to that specific organization, the RTP has to be terminated locally rather than sending to a different country. So RTP stays there in the edge itself.
Okay, through the SBC. So in your example, the cloud, the fully managed cloud, the edge resides in the cloud.
Yeah.
That means the RTP goes there and the call record, everything happens there.
Everything
The
happens
RTP
there.
itself is
Yes, yes.
So the PC to the cloud, the RTP will be going directly there.
Yes, right.
Correct?
You're right. So here comes.
So the media server, which is on-prem, it will be inside only. The
inside
PC,
only,
whatever
yeah.
RTP will go to the media.
It will be inside. So if the cloud, if your telecom vendor is saying that you have to maintain the local RTP, then you have to go for a local edge. As long as you have a location of Genesys Cloud within your country, then you can directly send there. Of course, your RTP will be terminated within the cloud-based edge server. You're right. So let's move on. Let me, yeah, no probs. So we'll see a quick review. So we understand user, we created a user, roles and permission we have seen, and we also promoted that user into a contact center agent. Now we are up to the, yeah, we discussed about edge server, deployment models, and the PSTN options. BYOC cloud. So, okay, before going to BYOC cloud, yeah. This is we discussed understanding location and site. Yeah, this is what we need now. When a user is promoted as a user, that means I created a WB user. Then I have given user permission. That means basic contact center agent permission. Guys, after 20 minutes, we'll take a break for dinner. Then 15-20 minutes, we'll come back. Okay. So let me just configure the font for the user. Then I will take the break. So here you will see the phone is disconnected. So there is no phone configured. So let us configure a WebRTC font for the user. What is basically WebRTC. WebRTC is a suite of protocol that works within your browser itself. Excuse me. So it uses your microphone and headset to make a phone functionality. It's an open source, so if you know some coding thing, you can put your own web-based phone, soft phone. So that is going to be the future of phones. Today we see a lot of when you go for an interview, people used to ask, can you explain me SIP call flows? So that is common today. But maybe after 2 years, if you go for an interview, they'll say, okay, can you explain me WebRTC flow? So that's where everything is going to be converted. So it's an HTML based or web browser based telephone solution where anybody can build. If you know some coding stuff, you can build your own interface and you can build your own buttons and that will work. So that is basically WebRTC font. So let us configure a WebRTC font for the user. So to configure that, go to admin. Oh, sorry, this is agent interface. Let me minimize that. Go to the admin page. Yeah. Go to admin and then go to phone management. And there will be a template. So when you add a phone, there'll be some template configuration. They call it as base settings. So if you go to the base settings, I'll be using this base settings, AJ Labs WebRTC base template. So let's open that and see what is there. It's all default configuration. Some timeout is there, media, what type of DSCP value you have to use. Then if you have a codec preferences, you can add that, but I'll go with the plain default settings. Genesys has applied best possible values as default, so you can keep that. Only need to change if your infosec or some organizational conflict is there, you wanted to change, then you change it. So these are the parameters available in the font settings, base settings. I don't usually change anything there. I'll just use the existing template. Then within the font tab, I'm going to add a new font for my WB user. So I can come to the font tab, add. Now let me call it as WB. Okay. WB user WebRTC. So WB user WebRTC, that's the font name. And then they are asking me to select the base settings. So I'll select AJ Labs WebRTC base template. Then they're asking me to select a site. So let me select the site that we created, which is New York site 1. So here is the association comes, right? The moment I create this font will go to the site, which is New York site 1. That New York site 1 is a branch site. So it understands, okay, I need to go to the core site for my media server. So it goes to the core default site and then it goes to the edge group and finally comes to the edges. So that's how the entire connectivity happens. And I am configuring this font for the person which is WB user. Okay, that's all. No extra configuration. Hit save. So now you added a font, a WebRTC font in Genesys Cloud, which is what is it? WB WebRTC. Now you have to attach this font into the user. So go to the user and there is a specific tab within the user called font, which is, where is user? People. And WB user. This is the tab I'll be going for, font, and then select the WB user WebRTC font. You can see that. Save it. So the base user configuration is complete. Now let me log into the user page. So I'll be switching between two browsers, the private browser session and the normal admin session. If you see all these options, that means my admin user. If I switch that into the private window, this is my private this thing. This is the user login or the agent login, I would say. So within the agent login, let me just refresh the page and see the font connects automatically. It will connect automatically because I pointed that font to the user. Yeah, so now there is no cross mark there, right? That means the font has been configured successfully. I can move this. Sorry. Font has been configured. If you click on that, you can see the font settings. It has taken WB user WebRTC. So I get the dial pad right now here and I can dial external numbers if I have a DID assigned to myself or the WB user, somebody can dial that number and effectively reach the user. So this is how you make a phone enable for the user. Now I have the phone, but external call will not work. We need to talk about DIDs and bringing the DID into Genesys, right? But our basement is ready. I have a user. He is having the contact center license and he's having a phone to answer the call. So that's what we have done. Are we good, guys? Okay, I hope it is.
Yes,
good.
AJ.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we are moving to the, so these are all about our collaboration and telephony features. Now we move about, I'm not integrating the trunk right now. We'll move into the contact center features like creating a queue, adding the user into the queue, and finally we bring the DID number into that. So that will be my, yeah.
One question, sorry.
Yeah.
When we configured WebRTC, there is a term called persistent connection. I just seen that.
Yeah, so the persistent connection means when you have an active call, for a few minutes that session will be still active. Like for example, you got a call, then you disconnected that, but your edge information and everything will be cached for some time. And if you enable that, you can see a round circle circling over the call button. That means it is always an active connection with the edge server. So next call immediately will alert you. So there won't be any, not even a single second gap for the next calls coming in because you have an active session with the edge server. That is actually available in the, he is talking, let me just do that then. So if I go to the phone management, is it in the base settings or phone settings? I forgot. WB WebRTC phone. Let us enable the persistent connection. Yeah, maintain a persistent connection. You can read that. When the settings is changed, WebRTC clients will need to be restarted in order to apply new settings. That means I need to log out and log in. Still fine. When I save this, but a new call has to come. I will demonstrate this. Means let us enable that. We'll continue. Once I receive a call into the user, then you can see a round circle over there because it will be still maintaining that session. An immediate call comes in, it can handle. That's the purpose of that. Otherwise, even without that, things will work, but there'll be a slight gap, like 1 or 2 seconds gap when a new calls wants to establish. Persistent means it will be so quick. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. So before breaking for lunch, we'll also, dinner, we'll also create a few things here, a queue and some queue related settings. So once we come from the dinner, we can directly configure the trunk related things. So queue is basically when a call comes to a contact center, initially it accepts the call and saying that thank you for calling AJ blah 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 blah. Press 1 for customer support, press 2 for sales or something. And when somebody press 1, imagine they press 1, it has to be routed to the agents, right? It has to be routed to users. So when that routes to the users, we need to queue that. So if there are a lot of calls already in the queue, we need to wait that in the queue and then do some queue treatment. We can say that you are the 6th caller in the queue, please be on the line. Or we can say that there are 5 calls ahead of you. Those type of things, right? We need to queue. We need a queuing mechanism inside the contact center. So that queuing mechanism is actually configured using queues and wrap-up code. Wrap-up code is nothing but when you disconnect the call, the agent has to say the call came for maybe some support related things. Like imagine you are working in a bank contact center solution. So a call came in, the customer said, hey, I'm calling you for my debit card blocking. So when you disconnect that call, you talk to the customer, you disconnect the call, you means that agent disconnect the call. Agent has to select, okay, this call came for the credit card or debit card blocking. So he can select that debit card block keyword and save it. That will be helping in the future to see the reports. When the contact center supervisor goes and checks the reports, how many calls came in this last month for debit card block. So he can filter that. So those are the filter keywords. We call it as wrap-up code. Or basically, when you wrap up the call, you need to assign something. Okay, this call came for some general inquiry, or this call came for some XYZ stuff. So that's called wrap-up code. So let's configure the wrap-up code first and then create the queues, because inside the queue we need to point the wrap-up codes. Okay. So let me go to the admin page and
you share this document, please.
Yeah, of course. I will share this document, the entire document. Right after the session, I'll send you in the WhatsApp group itself. So if you look at this, yeah.
because see, you're talking about the call flow. If all call flows are configured on the edge server, right?
Yep.
For example, I have received a call from the outside carrier, and all my call flows are configured on the Genesys side. The call is coming and it on the Genesys, it's showing on the trunk level. But sometimes, for example, I cannot hear the welcome message announcement. So this is the edge server issue or concern, or this is the something else?
You're talking about a troubleshooting scenario?
Yes.
Okay, I will park that question after the session. Okay, I'll cover that definitely. I will not hurry, but we have some agenda to finish. Once I complete that, we'll come to the troubleshooting areas as well.
Okay.
So moving on with the contact center queue configuration. So you see anything related to the queuing, agents, and all those things under the contact center section. So I'm going to go to the wrap-up code. So go to wrap-up code, and then I'm going to add two sample wrap-up code. There are a lot of wrap-up codes configured by some others. So add a wrap-up code. So I'll say general query. So the customer might have called for some general query, and description is the same, and I need to put a division, right? So yeah, I did not show you the division segregation. Let me show you that as well. So I'm gonna place that inside the WB division. And also I need to configure one more wrap-up code. Let me see what wrap-up code I need. 1 second. Just a second, guys. Typical inquiry, and where is it? WB. Okay, I found wrap-up codes. I have general inquiry and customer support. So I'll create one more called customer support. And that also I'm placing inside the WB division. And so two things. All right. Now imagine when I created the user, that WB user, right? I created within the wrap-up code name is already in user. That's fine. So there is a wrap-up code already. That's what they are saying. That's okay. So when I created that user, WB user, I created that user inside the WB division, right? Now I logged in as a TN admin here. Okay. I'm logging out. TN admin is having all rights. I can see everywhere. I'm logging in as a different user, which is called student admin, ST admin. When I log in, I wouldn't be even able to see the WB user because the WB user belongs to a WB division boundary. So this is how I segregate things, right? If you wanted to have an administrative segregation, these are the things you can do. The student admin is also an admin. He can configure flow, he can create queues and everything, but he wouldn't be able to see anything that is created in the other division. He can only see a specific division called AJST division. I don't see the WB user here when I log in as a student admin. This is also an administrator, but when he logs in, I don't see that WB user. This is what the ideal demonstration of division. Time being, you just understand division is just a permission boundary. So this way you can control. Just to demo what is division. Again, we are not explaining more into division, how to create division. All those things are out of our webinar scope. So moving on, I'm logging back to TN admin itself. With the TN admin, like I said, I have full visibility. I can see all users, even the user that we created. So we created a wrap-up code. After wrap-up code, we need something called queue. Queue is the thing that handles calls, chats, queues, everything. So
hey AJ, I have one query. Like, what is the difference between the student admin and the
yeah, so
KT
this
admin?
lab has given for my previous students to practice. So I need to control few things, like for example, if they reset my own password or the admin password, and if they forget, then nobody will be able to log in. So I need to control few things, like a student shouldn't be able to reset any other password. So I need to create a mechanism or a role that denies the student admin to reset the password. Or I can do some extra control. He should not be able to assign some roles to a new user, because role creates a new license there, right? A license requirement. So certain things I need to control for the student admins. That's the reason I created a student admin separately. When students log in, they can pretty much practice everything, but they cannot tamper the entire setup. So just a admin segregation. Hope that is clear.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, now I'm gonna go to the queues, and I'm creating a queue called AJWB queue. AJWB queue. You can create any other name like customer support queue, sales queue, stuff, whatever you want. So I'll create an AJWB queue and select that AJWB division. That's it, no peering ID or nothing. Hit save. So that will be actually creating a queue. You can search that queue. This is the queue that is created. Now within the queue, you have all these interaction things. Whatever you see on the right hand side, like from here, voice, chat, message, email, callback, work items, direct. These are the interactions that comes to the contact center. So interaction in the sense, a new call within the Genesys, they call it as a voice interaction. A chat message come to Genesys, we call it as chat interaction. But there is a difference between chat and message. Both are technically the same, but chat is the oldest style. Message is the new form of it. I'll show you some examples by the way. But our interest will be on the voice, because we are creating a voice queue. So within the voice, certain things you can customize, like when a call comes to the queue, how much time it should be alerting for the agent. So default is 8 seconds. I feel 8 seconds is too small. So I'll set that to 15 seconds. So if you have 2 agents in the same queue, I'll show you where you add the agent. Imagine you have 2 agents in the same queue. The first agent will be alerted for 15 seconds. Then the call flips to the second agent and it goes to that agent. So this is one setting I usually customize. Again, we are not touching much of other things here. There is a concept called scripting and other stuff here, but those are not related to our telephony part. So I'm selecting those are default, and I go to members. Within the members, I need to add that WB user. So let us search for WB user. Select this user and select it. Now, technically that WB user belongs to AJW queue. When any call comes to the queue, I'll tell you how to extend the call to the queue, but imagine the call comes to the queue, then this user will be get alerted saying that, hey, you have a new call, would you like to answer? That type of thing. So that is the queue configuration. And within the queue, a couple of other settings. If you go to general, you can see a division configuration there. Then inside the routing, if you have a lot of agents, there are different type of routing and evaluation method. Again, I'm not explaining too much into that. I'll go with the default all skill matching routing, but there is something called bullseye routing, preferred item routing, conditional routing. Based on the scenario, if you have less number of agent, large volume of calls, how you handle priority things, skill based routing and all of that. But now we will create a plain queue with the default settings, and I have a member there. This is enough for demonstrating an IVR call. Okay, so queue is ready.
One query,
Yep.
AJ.
Yep.
Like, do we have any limitations to add any users in this queue?
No limitation. So when it comes to the cloud, of course, like division, we have a limitation of 50. But you can request Genesys to give you more permission. There is no limit of anything. It is a elastic system. Like you add anything, it can means it can expand on its own. But there will be some upper cap for something. But user, there is no. Maybe I might be wrong, but you can always check the Genesys documentation, how many maximum users you can create. User, there is no limit, but division I have seen there is a limit of 50. Or wrap-up code, I don't think so. We have large number of wrap-up codes here. So answer is no limit. But of course, sometimes there'll be an upper cap. That's something you can work with the Genesys, and they will bypass that limit even if you really wanted to do that. All right, so
thank you.
Yeah, any questions about queue creation? So all I did is I created a wrap-up code. Yeah, so we didn't add the wrap-up codes there. So first we went to the wrap-up code, created true wrap-up code. Then I came back here in the wrap-up code section. Means I created a queue. In the wrap-up code section, I need to add that general query. What is that general query? I only add the general query there because other one belongs to. Okay, so somebody is thinking that there is no limit of wrap-up codes users or limit. Yeah, fine. So I'm going to add that general query into the queue. So when somebody disconnect an interaction, in the sense somebody disconnect a voice call within the queue, they will be presented with this general query thing. Okay. I don't want to add the customer support.
Abdul, I am having a question. So, example, is there any capability in the queue that if any call comes via this queue or go out, can we stop the recordings for all that calls?
Yes, so yeah, multiple options are there. There is something called consent required recording. If customer says recording can be enabled, we can do that. Or we can default record, and there is something called secure call flow. Like for example, if you're transferring to a debit card related or credit card related PIN activity, those has to be masked, those recordings. So all those options are available, but those are not related to the topic which we are explaining, but answer is yes, it is available.
No. My question is, like I understand, because we can enable and stop the recording via agent or the profile-based routing, right? We can assign the permission like that.
Yeah.
My question is, can we design a specific queue if like that? If any call comes into that queue, none of the calls should record.
Yeah. So that is using the rules. So you can configure. 1 second. In the quality management stuff, where is it? Quality, yeah. Where is that? Role management. No, 1 second. Policies, yeah. So within the policies, you can create a policy in such a way that, so just create a test policy, and then you say this policy is applicable to call. If you wanted to add rest of the interaction, you can add, but it is call. Now I'll say, do not save the recordings, delete even if another policy maintains, and then I can say specific user, specific work item, specific queues, and then select my AJWB queue. So if I apply this policy, any call goes to this queue wouldn't be recorded. So using policy, I can control that.
Oh, understood. Okay. Understood. Thanks, Abdul.
No problems. So we review the configuration till here. So we created the wrap-up codes. We created the queue, and queue is ready. Member is ready. In the queue, we have added the wrap-up codes as well, and one user as well. So we are all set. Our basement is ready. User, permissions, and phone configuration, and user is even present in the queue. So there are two things we need right now. One is the scope of the webinar, like bringing the carrier or the DID number, like going and purchasing a number from some vendor, bring that into Genesys, and then designing a flow as well. So that will be after our dinner. So right now it's 10:34 in India. We will take another 26 minutes, exactly at 11 o'clock. I hope that is fine, guys. 26 minutes. Yes, no, maybe?
Yes,
yeah. So exactly after 26 minutes, we can join back.
Hi, AJ. Sorry to interrupt you. Actually, I joined from Singapore. So after the lunch, after the dinner in India, how long this session will run? Because in Singapore already 1 a.m. early.
I appreciate that you join even 1 o'clock, but usually the webinars will take around 6-7 hours. But as long as you can sit, please sit. We will finish that. I'll try to speed up, but I don't want to rush everything. There are a lot of questions also. We are going back and forth, right? I don't know exactly what time we can finish. Whatever I plan for the agenda, we will have to finish everything. Now SBC has to be deployed in Azure. DID has to be purchased. Then trunk has to be configured in Genesys. Then the routing part. After the routing part, we also need to develop one Genesys architect flow. Then one Salesforce integration. That's the complete scope.
So
I don't know
no problem.
when it will finish, but
somehow today I will manage.
Tomorrow is anyways holiday, so you can manage.
Actually, I have one question. Sorry to interrupt you guys. My question is like, can you please confirm, does this recording will be available in YouTube or the whole recording session?
If I say that, nobody will be joining after the dinner. Yeah, of course, the session will be available. You will get it.
Okay.
Hi, Jaya. I have one question on the queue level. Actually, in one scenario, some calls came to one queue for 50%, and other 50% calls diverged to other queue. Is that feature is available on the queue?
Yeah, it's all about architect designing. So architect is a tool where we can design call flows. You can put all the logics there. Okay, it has to go 50% here. It has to go 50% there. All those things are like, see, for example, think about architect is like you're constructing a house and you have laborers to do small tasks, but architect will be looking at, okay, this guy has to do this is plastering, and this is maintaining the bricks and other thing. So as an architect, you have, means with an architect tool, you have all those options available to use it.
Okay.
But I'll be coming to that architect flow once we have that PSTN, means telephony is done. So we'll break for lunch. Guys who are doing lunch, go ahead. In India, it is dinner.
Abdul, one
Yeah.
question actually.
Okay.
Is it is this possible, like except architect part and that Salesforce integration part we can cover on next Saturday?
This will be no, I don't have time for that. So
Okay.
this will be recorded. You can watch the recordings, and I'll also supply you the document. It covers all those stuff.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah. None wants to have dinner.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody wants to continue
Yeah.
here. That's okay. All right.
Session
So
is very good.
yeah. So exactly at 11 o'clock Indian time, we will come back. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, guys. I hope I am still audible and the screen is visible. Some confirmation, then I'll proceed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yes, yes.
So when we review, we started with our basement now. So we have user, queues created, wrap-up code created, member is added into the queue, license configured, WebRTC font configured. We are good. Locations and other stuff configured. Now we are talking about bringing the telephony things, right? So first we need, so if you look at the topology now, this is, sorry. No, I didn't like this. Okay. This is your Genesys and you have basic configuration completed. Now I'm going to create a trunk. Okay, trunk is like a logical connection towards my SBC. So I'm not configuring SBC now. I'm just configuring the trunk. Let's see what are the configurations required for the trunk. Then we will deploy the SBC and configure further PSTN here, PSTN or the telephony service provider. So this is what I'm going to do. So the trunk portion of Genesys. Okay. So to configure the trunk portion of Genesys, we need these many items. So let me understand what is this. We need a trunk identifier. This can be an FQDN. So the beginning part of the FQDN you can decide. So I'm deciding the beginning part of FQDN will be AJ-Genesys. I'll tell you how to configure this, by the way. So AJ-Genesys will be my preferred trunk identifier. It can be anything in your choice. You can put any stuff. Then we need SBC FQDN. So like I said, we will be deploying an AudioCodes SBC, and I'm planning to give sbc.ajcollab.com as the FQDN for the AudioCodes SBC. So this is something I decided before. So I will have an SBC and its complete FQDN will be spd.ajcollab.com. So of course I should have access to the I should have access to the ajcollab.com domain. That means I should register a domain, or I should have a domain which is registered, which I have, ajcollab.com, and I'll be adding an error code there. Don't worry about that, I'll show you. Then we'll be using the port number, which is 5061. So it's not going to be a normal SIP call, it will be a secure SIP call. Then I need a caller ID. So caller ID, I have added some, you can add a random number there, but this will be the same number which I have purchased, which I will be purchasing from the carrier. So if you know the number, add it. If not, just add some random number there. Later you can modify. Then there is a default settings inside Genesys trunk that will remove any plus prefix for outbound calls. We are not demonstrating outbound calls here, but still when you make an outbound call with E.164 format, which is like plus in the beginning and country code, the trunk will omit the prefix. So that omitting has to be omitted. It's like two negative is positive, right? We have to maintain that prefix. So we have to disable the omit option. So these are the settings I need to do inside the trunk. So let's see how to add a trunk. You need to go to your admin page and add trunk. So there is only one trunk created, right? So this is the pure cloud voice. Like when you purchase number directly from Genesys, this will be the trunk, the call will be coming and then call will be extending. Right now I'm going to create a new trunk. So when I create a new trunk, so first thing I need to provide a name. Let me copy a name. I have planned one name already. AJ AudioCodes trunk, that's the name. And the type of the trunk, so it's BYOC carrier. Okay, guys, please mute if you're not talking. So BYOC carrier, and type will be again BYOC carrier. If you're directly having the ID from Verizon, they have a choice here called BYOC Verizon. That will have some similar settings but pre-configured settings, but it is okay. So I'll go with BYOC carrier. And the protocol should be TLS. So I'll be creating certificates and everything for the secure call. It has to be TLS. And this is the important stuff, numbering plan site. So we know that site means holding the phone registration, trunk terminations and everything, right? We have to select our New York site 1 here. New York site 1 is selected. Then inbound SIP termination. So I'm going to give AJ Genesys here. The moment I add AJ Genesys here, you can see something here. aj-genesis.byoc.us2.pure.cloud. So this will be my trunk identifier. So before our break, somebody was asking if some vendor wants to send a call to Genesys, how are they going to send? So all I need to give this aj-genesis.byoc.usw2.pure.cloud. I need to supply this to the vendor. If I am using an SBC, I need to give to this SBC engineer who is configuring the SBC. Tell them send the call here. Or if I am doing the direct peering with the carrier, like Twilio can do that, Verizon can do that, some vendors can do a direct peering. So give this identifier to them and tell the carrier, can you send the SIP calls directly into this? If they can do that, then you can skip the SBC. And if they said, no, we cannot do that, we will only send to your SBC, then this is something you need to configure on your SBC. Basically, this is the place you identify the Genesys edge server who can terminate the call. So this is the Genesys trunk identifier. It goes to the trunk and then it terminates in the edge and it accepts the call. Once it accepts the call, what you need to do, that is your extra configuration, which we will be going. But this is the trunk termination identifier. Is it clear? This is the main important stuff in the trunk creation. Is it clear, guys? What is this? I hope it is.
AJ, where is the AJ Genesys has been created, the SIP termination identifier? It was...
No, I just added AJ Genesys there. That's it. I can put anything there. No, I didn't catch your question. Can you say that again?
Yeah, is that been created on a different place, or we can put any name there?
Yeah, I can put any name. See, I can have any stuff. I just use AJ Genesys. If you prefer to have something else, you can use anything. Just an identifier, that's it. Your own identifier. But the rest of the part, like byoc.usw2.pure.cloud, that will be added by default. We cannot control that. This is how Genesys says anyone who calls this, first it goes to BYOC us2.pure.cloud. That will have a IP address. Then it goes to that cloud infrastructure and it identifies, okay, this is for this particular organization. Then they will pick the call. I will show you how to get that call there. But this is something you need to configure as a trunk identifier.
So that identifier has to be unique, right?
Yeah, it has to be unique. If I add AJ Genesys here, you cannot add the same value inside your organization. This will be consumed by myself. It has to be completely unique. The remaining portion will be always same. If you create a trunk in US West 2 region, this ending will be the same. byoc.w2.pure.cloud will be always same. But your organizational identification, it has to be unique. Yes. Now, this is for inbound termination. Inbound in the sense anybody calls into the Genesys, they should be destined towards this inbound termination. Now, outbound, when any user from Genesys call outbound, where should I send the call? I need to send the call into my SBC. So my SBC FQDN or IP I can configure. But when you deal with certificates and TLS, every time it has to be FQDN. So I'll say sbc.aj collab.com. Sorry, sbc.aj collab. I'll copy paste because when I type, I may do some typo mistake. So sbc.ajcollab.com. This is the place the call will be forwarded when somebody dials outbound. So you can see that here, the outbound request URI will be any number that I dialed, then at sbc.ajcollab.com. This will actually go to your SBC. So there should be an SBC configured to accept the call. Okay. So your inbound and outbound is now sorted. Okay. Now here is your SBC IP address you need to add. So my SBC, I haven't configured the SBC, right? So I don't have the IP address of SBC. So let me just put a random IP there, 1.1.1.1. Then port number will be 5061. Of course, I will revisit this page and add the proper IP once I have the SBC completely configured. So add this. When you add the SIP proxy server, this will appear here, and that will also appear in the SIP access control section. That should be it. Then in the E.164, you simply add that number which you are planning to purchase. If you don't know the number, just add one random number, +1 214 888 3759. Okay, that's it. Now you can select when somebody dials a number from the organization. If they have a DID, you can move this one here. Okay, if they have a DID, they will consider that DID will be the caller ID. If they don't, then it will take the trunk number as the DID number. So that's the reason we are adding a caller ID section there. Then we need to go to the identity, and here we can see that address omit prefix, like every plus prefix when you add and send the call to the trunk will remove that plus from the beginning. So we can disable that from here. It's an optional because we are not demonstrating any outbound calling. We will be taking the call into the Genesys and IVR. The agent is not dialing the customer, rather customer is dialing agent. So this can be an optional. I can disable that if I want. So I disable it. That's all. So I will revisit the configuration, select the BYOC carrier, then BYOC carrier option, TLS, point the site, then the trunk identifier, which is AJ-Genesys. Then this will come there automatically. Then the outbound termination, which is your SBC FQDN, and this will be like this when you dial some number outside. Then you need to add the IP address of the SBC, the public IP address. I'll show you what is that, by the way. We haven't configured that. We'll come to that point. Along with 5061 port number, when you add that here, that will automatically create a SIP access control here. Then your DID, and you can move this. That's an again optional. Then inside the identity, you disable that omit plus prefix stuff. Then you hit save. Okay. Once the trunk is added, then we'll see what other stuff we need. 1 second. Now you have the trunk added. Now we will understand how the call routing works inside the Genesys. Then only we can go to the internal configuration of this thing. So to route a call to the Genesys, first you take a number from your preferred carrier. So we are using BYOC, right? So this is your carrier. So I am bringing this carrier into Genesys. So you go and talk to Twilio and purchase a DID number. Then ask Twilio, please send all your calls to this SBC. Okay, we will do that. This is one thing which is pending, and we will configure this SBC in such a way that any call comes to this SBC, send the call into our trunk, because trunk is having that identifier, right, which is aj-genesis.us2.pure.cloud thing, right? So SBC will be routing the call to the Genesys cloud. So that's where the call reached or landed on the Genesys. Once it is landed, then Genesys will be looking to a place called DID range. So Genesys will be seeing what is the destination number that is getting dialed. So your destination number is this, right? 214-888-3759. Do I have a DID range added in that segment? This is the thing Genesys is going to check second. So let us add a DID range. So going back, go to telephony, DID numbers, and within the DID numbers, go to DID range, and then need to add that number here, create a range. So +1 214 888 3759. By the way, you will be asking, what is this number? This is the number that I'm going to purchase. Means again, the question is, how do you know the number even before you purchase? I actually purchased that number in Twilio. So let me show you that. So when inside Twilio, by the way, creating an account in Twilio is free. Everybody can create. I will show you rest of the configuration, but let me show you the number right now. Rest I will come back here again. So go to Twilio, create an account, then you can have that SIP trunking, and whatever I am doing, you can do that. You don't need to pay, but there is a small limitation in the Twilio. I'll tell you that as well. Means the free account will have a limitation. And inside Twilio, if I go to the phone numbers, manage active numbers, you can see a DID number there, 214 888 3759. I'll be using this number. Or if you wanted to use another number, you have an option here, buy a number from Twilio. Again, Twilio will have some services in some countries, India where they don't have, so you may have to go with just a demonstration, right? So I'll be taking a US number. So this is one US number, 414375. If you wanted to buy this, buy, it will cost you $1.15 monthly. And when you sign up for the Twilio for the first time, they will give you $15 credits. So you will be only consuming $1.15 from that. So it's again free. So you buy this. I'm not buying it because I already have a number. So I'll be using that number for my demonstration. So if I go to my active numbers, you can see that. So I know this number. This is my DID number. By the way, I have only one DID. So I add the DID start range and end range will be the same. But if I have a large number, I can add maybe a set of starting from 59 to 79. So I can add 79 there. So that will have 20 numbers. So I have only one number. I'll add it there. Then you can mention the carrier name there. Service provider will be Twilio. This is just a description. Fine. Comment will be this. Hit save. Now the DID range is added. What is that? 214 888. Yeah. So you can see that number got added. Now let's go back to the image, the routing image. So call lands here through the BYOC trunk. BYOC trunk is just to accept the call. Once it is accepted, it will look for, is there any DID range added? So of course I have a DID range. I will see there is a DID range added, and I'll look for the destination number, which is 214 888 3759. Once that is there, then Genesys will look for, is there any routing configured for this number? As long as the number is there, call will land there. Then we'll see, is there any routing configured? So route in the sense, what should I do with that number? Should I extend that call to a user, or should I extend that call to an IVR flow? So the flow or the contact center flow within the Genesys, we call it as architect flow. So the call route is a configuration item that brings your DID number and the architect flow together. Here is the place you configure the IVR, saying that thank you for calling blah 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 blah, all those stuff. So that and the DID number will be attached together with the help of a call route. So let us create a call route now. So going back to the admin page and look for call routing, which is available here in the routing section, call routing. And I'm creating a new route, add new, and I planned a route name also. Okay, one moment. AJWB route, I guess. One moment. Yeah, AJWB route 01. So let me copy paste that. AJWB call route 01, and I'm placing that into my division boundary stuff, right? So WB division. Then inbound numbers. So here I can search for the number which I have already added in the DID range. Only the number those are added into the DID range will appear here. So the previous step is more important. So I'll search +1 2 1 4 888 3759. So that will appear here. See this? This will never come if I don't add that in the DID range. So first you need to add that in the DID range, then select this. Okay. Then it say, so I am attaching the number with what call flow should be used. What should I use? What type of call flow? So you should have a flow created in order to send the call. So there are a lot of flows here, but I'm not selecting any of that. Instead, I will create a flow and come back here and finish this configuration. So I just wanted to maintain the diagram. That's where I came to call route, but call route should have a connection to an architect flow, which is not there right now. So we'll create the architect flow, come back and finish the call route configuration. So let's go to the architects again. I'm not saving this because this is a mandatory thing. I need to select a flow. I can randomly select some flow and save it, but I don't want to do that now. Let us create a new flow. So go to admin and open the architects. So here you can see an architect menu. When you click here, this will open in a new tab. Architect is the tool used to develop any type of call flows or message flows or chat flows, voice bot, anything inside Genesys. All those architecting will be happening on the architect flow. There are a lot of flows here, but what I'm creating is something new. I will go to add new. Then I'll say the name is AJ WB call flow 01. AJWB call flow 01 and putting that into the WB division. So you might be understand now. See, every place you have that division, right? So anything can be controlled using division. So when one user is logging in, I can see that particular call flow. If another administrator logs in, I can totally avoid that visibility of that particular division. So this is the flow. Only important thing is the flow name. I can put the same description also here, then create the flow. This will be moving me into the architect flow designer, and Genesys by default will add some basic flow here. This is the basic flow. It's a plain native basic flow. It says, hello, this is an initial greeting. You are at the main menu, press 9 to disconnect, which is not created by myself. It is there by default. I'm not modifying anything. Modification task is next. We'll come there. All I need to create a call route, right? So my plan is to have this guy completed. Then I will come to this. But this guy requires this architect flow as a mandatory parameter. That's the reason I'm in the architect menu right now. I can simply hit publish. Okay. So I went to the architect menu, added a new flow, then hit publish. I didn't configure anything. We'll come back and configure after some time. So that is what I did. Then going back to the call route again. So coming back to call routing. Now let us finish our call route. So adding new, pasting the name here, WB division, +12 +1214883759. Number added. I can search the new flow that I created, AJ WB call flow 1. Okay, done. Now that attachment has over, that means calls comes through this BYOC trunk. It checks whether the DID range is there. Then it looks for where is the assignment. So I'll say a call route will have the DID number and the call flow associated. I mean the architect flow associated. So it reaches here. Now within the architect flow, I can decide all the logic. Where should I transfer? Should I transfer to a user or a group or a queue or a different flow? All those things are possible. In our case, we'll be transferring to the queue. Okay. But before going there, let's see rest of the things are okay. Now, what are the places we have completed? Let us review that. With respect to Genesys, we configured everything, right? So with respect to Genesys, we configured trunk, we configured DID range, call route has been configured, architect flow configure. So Genesys part, we are good. Now let us focus on building this guy and getting the DID number also from Telio. So this is my second task, deploying an AudioCodes SBC. Before going there, any question in the call route or the inbound routing in Genesys? Okay. No questions? Or are you guys there, or after dinner everybody left?
So by default, all the
If you
codecs are supported
um,
for the greetings and IVR.
I'm sorry.
All the methods are supported for IVR, like all the codecs are supported for this IVR that you configured.
Yes, it is supported. By the way, those codec considerations are under the trunk. We can mention what type of codec. By default, all those standard codecs are supported. Anything else?
uh,
Yeah.
yeah, Abdul, question to the trunk. Do you support silk codec?
Yes, it supports
Like
Silk as well.
theme?
Yeah, it supports. I think it supports. Not under. I will check that. Confirm you later. Yes, it is supported.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
So you define the
and
one number, right? So that can be mapped to a multiple triggers or a multiple architect flows.
No, one route is the trigger point, right? Has to be assigned with one architect flow. But multiple numbers can be added. In a call route, you can have +1, 214, 888, number. Another number also can be added. Another number can be also added. So one number can be added to multiple flows.
Okay.
Yeah. What is that? Another question?
yeah, if you have more than one SBC, so how is that intelligent work here in the trunk?
More than one SBC for different locations? Or
No,
acting
maybe
as
for
a
the redundancy. We have
redundancy? Yeah,
redundancy of
yeah.
SBC one into
Redundancy basically means you are adding one more SBC, but they identified as just one FQDN or one IP address. Like if it is cube, we do that HSRP pairing and we will have a virtual IP. Both of these SBC will be identified as just one IP, if that is the redundancy you're looking for. Or it can be different means. You also need to create another trunk. Then DRE range can be the same thing. If provider routes the call into the first SBC, if it fails, they routes the call to the second SBC, and we only need another trunk to accept that call. That's it. I mean, you can do this way. Instead of that, within the existing trunk, go ahead and add that SBC as well. So with respect to SBC, again, SBC pairing can be different way. You can buy active pair or active standby pair. If it is active, it's just one SBC itself. Two is bundled into one, the same way you add. If it is two different SBCs or calls are coming into two different FQDNs, then you may have to add a secondary trunk. Or in the existing trunk, we have an option to add that, right? We have seen. I'll go back there and I'll show you when where we need to add.
I don't see the edge server in this flow. Where is it?
Yeah, it's hidden. So the trunk is associated with a site. That is what we configured. So the site will be attached to the core site, and the core site will be connected to the edge group, and edge group will be associated with edge. That's where the whole story works.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now let's come back and go to the interesting stuff of today, thinking about deploying this guy. So all this part is over. We configured everything. We configured queues and users and everything. So this part is over. So let us focus on building an SBC. Again, like SBC can be available as a physical hardware. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Is this architect flow on edge server itself or it's a different server?
Architect flow on the, it's a cloud configuration item. Only when the call comes, that call termination happens on the edge server, but we cannot see that. It's not visible to the customers. We means as per the backend system, the edge server accepts that. Then it looks for the configuration item. Okay, how I need to route the call. So that is within the Genesys itself, not on the edge server and the Genesys admin interface itself. You can think like edge server is a hidden guy there, takes the call and look for what is configured in the Genesys cloud. That's it.
Basically, I want to ask that like this admin server, there is different admin server which is hidden from us. Like
yes,
it's not.
It's a media server or a SIP server or a registrar server which is hidden from us. Yes, we are right. Okay. So to deploy this, what I'm going to do these steps. So I will go and deploy the AudioCodes SBC in Azure Cloud. First, we will do that. So let's go to Azure Cloud. Again, if it is a physical box, the configuration would be different. I'm going to do that in the admin, Azure side, which is far better, easy. So within Azure, you can go to Marketplace and search for, by the way, log into Azure is portal.azure.com. You should have a subscription and this is not the Azure training, so I'm not covering that. I hope you have a valid Azure account. Then search here AudioCodes. By the way, all other SBCs are there. Ribbon is there, Cisco Cube is there, and a lot of SBCs are still available. So the one interested would be the AudioCodes Virtual Edition. So this one, Mediant VE Session Border Controller. There is another version also called CE, which is an enterprise. If you have large number of sessions, you can deploy this. Again, you can compare the difference between VE and CE in the AudioCodes website. So I'm going to select this and hit the create option there. So it's going to deploy one AudioCodes virtual machine SBC in Azure Cloud. So when you deploy anything in Azure, all we need to attach a subscription, which is my Canara Bank virtual credit card. That means when the SBC is running, the money for that, the charges for that SBC or the virtual machine will be deducted from my debit card. So of course it is paid. If you run the SBC for a long time, you will be end up paying a huge bill. So make sure after your configuration, you need to delete the SBC. So I added my card there, which is like a subscription. So you can go to subscription, add your debit card, debit card or credit card, authenticate and complete that. Then only you can select this one here. I have selected my Canara Bank card. Then I need a resource group. Resource group in Azure is basically an envelope or a type of, you can imagine like a folder where you keep related items. Like if I'm creating an SBC, SBC will have a hard disk, a network interface card, and a couple of other things I will show you. So I need to merge everything into one group. So I can either create a new resource group here called AudioCodes resource group, or if it is already there, then I can use the existing one. So in my case, I do have something called RG AudioCode 01. RG means resource group. I just named it. So I will use that. If it is not there, just click create new and type your resource group name. It's just an envelope. That's it. And Azure Cloud.
Can I quick
yeah
here?
Yeah.
Abdul, this AudioCode SBC, for example, I have more than 2 SIP trunks. So is it possible? Can I connect more than 2 SIP trunks on this AudioCode SBC?
Yes, it is possible. You're talking about physical box or virtual?
I'm talking about anyone. If
yeah,
virtual,
possible. Multiple is possible. Yeah, it can terminate multiple SIP trunks, and then you can route to multiple destination as well.
No, but my concern is service provider give me the physical connection of the more than 2 SIP trunks. That is my concern.
Yeah, let us park that question. So we'll answer that in the final section, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So Azure Cloud is, what is basically a cloud? Cloud is basically a distributed data center, right? Azure has distributed their data center across the globe. So we have an option to select one data center location from the Azure, that's called region. So right now it is selected as East US. So the SBC virtual machine will be sitting inside East US data center of Azure. You can have all other location here, even you have Chennai and India, we have Chennai and Mumbai, I guess. But I'll go with the default one, East US, that is fine. So my SBC will be sitting in East US data center of Azure. Then virtual machine name, I will call it as AudioCodes SBC. Then I need to provide a initial user ID, right? When the AudioCodes getting deployed in Azure, first I need to log in. So what user ID and password I need to use. You cannot use the standard user IDs like root or admin. So give something like user or user. I usually give user 1, like user 01, and I need to provide a password as well. Okay. So these are the basic information. This is enough to deploy, but this is not the standard deployment. Like if you are deploying it in a production network, you have to go through these rest of the settings like virtual machine settings, network settings, then create. But I'm skipping those because it assumes some of the virtual, because if I wanted to talk about that, we need to talk about what is VNet, what is network security group, and all of that within the Azure concept. So if I click review and create, what happens? It assumes all these settings, like it creates a free virtual network, it creates a virtual network security group, and it also supply on a public IP there, and then create it. You can see those settings here. Like you can select the VMs, and then you can select the subnet and other thing, but it assumes some default configuration. So I'm okay with that default configuration. The version I'm going to deploy is version 8. That should be okay. These are the default settings. I'm not modifying anything. So from the basic, I just supply this information, and I'm okay with the default settings and clicking in review and create. But when you deploy in a production network, you need to talk to your Azure engineer and tell them what is the network I need to select, or ask them to create a new network. That is not the scope of our webinar today. That's why I'm skipping that. Then simply click create. That will deploy your AudioCodes SBC in Azure Cloud. You will have the login in a moment. Let's see that. So meanwhile, it gets reflected. So we'll see the rest of the things. Okay, fine. So let's wait for a second.
Hey Abdul, how is this billing done for this?
So you have something called Azure Calculator. Azure Calculator. So when you deploy any VMs, you can come here and then select your virtual machine. Oh, sorry. And then virtual machine selected will come here. And you need to see what is there is something called instance type in Azure. In VMware world, you can select how much GB RAM, CPU, and other thing you want. But in the Azure, they have some predefined templates. So if I select 1 D1 V3, it will take 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB RAM, and 730. Yeah, that's the time. Okay. So 1 second. Let me delete my old configs. So make sure your estimate is empty. Then select virtual machine. And here I need to customize. Okay. So what region it is? It is in East US data center. The operating system, the SBC is a Linux operating system. So select that. Type, I don't know what type it is. Is it Linux, or let me select Ubuntu. Tier standard, that's fine. Then what is the instance type? So if you go back to the AudioCodes, the Azure interface, come back to home, look for virtual machine. This is the machine getting created. It's still in creation stage. If I go there, I would be able to see the instance type. Let's search for, or what is that? It's in properties, I guess. Settings, if it's settings, yeah, somewhere here. Configuration, this is not properties. Yeah, it's a Linux operating system. And what is the instance type here? Where is that instance? Is it in configuration? 1 second. Secure. Yeah, size. Sorry, availability and size. Within the size, right now this VM is deployed as what size it is? Current size D1 V2, DS1 V2. So go back to our place and then select that here. DS1 V2. What is it? Yeah, DS11 V2. Anyway, time being, I'm selecting this. Then you can see how much price it consumes in a month. $135. So if I keep running this SBC for 1 month, they'll be taking $135 from my account. So this is one place you can calculate the pricing. Hope that is clear. Okay. So coming back to the Azure interface, I have seen that deployment has been completed. I can go to virtual machine, and then I can see my AudioCodes SBC is available here. So let's click on the SBC and see some basic settings. So it is standard DS1 V2, and it has 1 CPU and 3.5 GB of memory. And Azure has given me a public IP address, which is needed for this type of integration, because you are sending traffic directly into the cloud and receiving traffic directly from the cloud. So no matter if the SBC is a local or hosted in Azure, you should have a public IP address. For that, you can work with your Azure engineer or the on-premise data center engineer if you want a public IP address there. Azure, it is easy. When you deploy normally, you will get a public IP address. But usually these are deployed by the Azure engineers, not the voice or contact center guys. But you should be aware about what are they actually doing. So a VM which is deployed in Azure will have a public IP as well as a private IP address range. So I'm concerned about the public IP address. I'll copy this public IP address, go back to a new tab and enter that public IP address, and now I'll be able to see my AudioCodes SBC basic web interface. I can log in with the credential which I provided. And here we are with a proper SBC. The normal default image of Azure will give you 10 session free licenses. That means I can have 10 concurrent calls in this SBC. Each call can be 2 minutes in length. So when it reaches 2 minutes, it will automatically disconnect. That's the limitation of free session. I mean free image. That's okay for us to demonstrate things. So my SBC is ready. Rest I need to configure the SBC. So any questions here guys? I went to my Azure account, then selected an image from the marketplace, AudioCodes SBC VE virtual edition image, then used the default settings and deployed. I pulled down the public IP address and I was able to browse that after 5 minutes of time. Good? Yes, no, maybe? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, AJ.
Now, yeah, thank you. So anyone?
AJ,
Yeah.
for SBC FQDN, we need to configure the DNS entries
That
as
is
well,
the next
right?
one. That is the next one.
Okay.
Going there.
Yeah.
So we cannot work with the public IP address alone with certificates thing. Like when certificates are coming in, you should have a proper FQDN. So I need to add an FQDN which is like sbc.ajclub.com, like publicly available domain name. By the way, this IP, right, 13.68.194.107, which you guys can also access from your system. This is globally available, a public IP address. Anyone from the internet can access this one. You guys can try that. It will be accessible from your laptop as well right now. But that is not the way. Okay, guys, hold on for the question for some time. Let me just finish. Then you have some question, please ask. Otherwise, that WebEx chat interrupts my flow. So once the SBC is there, we need to add a public FQDN for that. So how do I get a public FQDN? So you can go and approach some public DNS providers like GoDaddy, Namecheap, Hostinger. All those guys are the public FQDN providers. In my case, I'll go to GoDaddy, and you need to purchase a domain name. Purchasing a domain name is easy. Just go to GoDaddy and then search for a domain name. Like in my case, I purchased ajcollab.com, or you can purchase anything else. It's your choice. In my case, I have already purchased. That's the page I have landed in. But if you wanted to do that, go to GoDaddy. First, you will see a search box. Enter the domain name. It will cost you around 600 rupees for a year for a .com domain. If it is like .in or .xyz domain, it will be even cheaper. So you can have any domain. .in is fine. .xyz is fine. I have a .com domain. So this is my .com domain. Once you have that, this is the interface that you see. This interface will be similar for other vendors as well, like Namecheap or Hostinger or any other DNS provider vendor, public DNS vendor, which will be almost similar. Okay. So all you need here is to add an error code. Error code is basically attaching an IP address towards a domain name. Okay. So let me click add new record. Then from here, I will select error code and I'll type SBC here. So the resulting FQDN will be sbc.ajcollab.com. That should be pointed to my public IP address. So where is my public IP address, which is there in the Azure portal? I'll copy that, come back here and paste it. Now save it. Now anyone from the world, if they browse sbc.ajcollab.com in their address bar, they will be ideally landing into my SBC interface itself. The global DNS replication will take a moment. Let's see that. Yeah, I have two SBC here because I was testing something in the past. So let me remove the other one. So this is the one which I have added, right? This was there in my test, so I'll delete this. If you have two SBC, then what happens? Each time the NS lookup will be giving you one result first, and then again if you do, you will get the second result. So right now only one SBC. So the final domain name will be sbc.ajcollab.com, will be pointed to 1368.194.177. So to test that, I need to log into CMD, open CMD, then type ns lookup sbc.ajcollab.com. Yeah, so it's right. So 1368, 194, 107, which is exactly this. But this you can also do from your end. If you go for ns lookup sbc.ajcollab.com, you will actually see the same result from yours because it's a global DNS, public DNS. Anybody from the world will be able to access. Now I'll open another tab and search, browse sbc.ajcollab.com, and I would be able to see my SBC interface here, but sometimes in the same browser it will take some time, so I am opening a private window here. I do have a private window already, so let me open up here sbc.ajcollab.com. I will try without HTTPS. I'll try in my Chrome as well. ajcollab.com. Yeah, so it's fine. HTTPS, there is no certificate configured. That's why you are getting this warning. We will address that. That is our next task. So,
Abdul, why we need to have this FQDN means purchase from externally, like from GoDaddy? Why can't Azure provide it? Like,
Azure have DNS services. You can take it from there as well. In my personal choice, I took it from GoDaddy. So it's all your DNS. Public DNS provider can be anything. Azure will have their own services. AWS got Route 53 or something. So you can purchase from anywhere.
Miss, I was thinking like once we are configuring the instance in their cloud, it should give it by default, right?
Yeah.
Or
you can take it from there. Continue to site. Yeah, so it is coming in, right? So when I browse for sbc.ajcollab.com, I'm seeing the web interface. So it is landing correctly. Right now I'm browsing with HTTP only because we haven't configured any certificate. That is exactly our next step. So make sure your domain is configured and your SBC is reachable over a public domain name, which we completed. I will close this, move my Chrome here, and then this also loaded in private window. Also it is loaded. I will go back to the previous login itself with the public IP address. I'm fine with this. Now let us customize few other things. So what we have done is GoDaddy domain name mapping. Now let's focus on CSR. CSR basically means certificate signing request and certificate installation. So certificate means when I browse any website, for example, even if you browse Gmail here, you will see this HTTPS, and if you click here, you can see that connection is secure, and click on that, you will see certificate information. So this certificate is issued to mail.google.com, and if you go to the details, you can see who issued that certificate. So GTS root R1, WR2, these are the CSR, means certificate providers. There are global certificate providers, public CA, we call it as certificate authority. So these are the guys authorized to give certificates to the web systems. Like any web server, if you have, there are global certificate authorities who can give certificates. So in the same context, we need to identify one global provider for our SBC to get a certificate. So that process means then only you can see that HTTPS connection. Again, I'm not go deeper into SSL certificate. If you wanted to know that, I have another YouTube video prepared by myself. You can go there and watch. I'll send you the links. All we need is I need to isolate this thing. If I access this SBC with HTTPS, there shouldn't be any warning. That's a certificate requirement. So with that, I will go to the SBC, go to IP and network, then go to security and TLS context, and there will be a default TLS context, which is this. So in this, you select change certificates and then something called CSR. CSR basically means if you want, okay, let me show you that. Some guys, this is already aware, but few guys are new. When you want a certificate, this is your SBC and you need a certificate. So you generate something called CSR from the SBC, which is called certificate signing request. That will have the country, its FQDN, its a couple of other parameters which I'll show you. Then you supply this CSR into a team called CA, global CAs or public CA. They are the one authorized to give certificates to you. And they will validate, okay, is it coming from SBC AJ Collab? Is that authorized person? Is the owner of the domain name? All those things they will confirm, and they will supply you back the certificates. So when they supply you the certificate, they will actually give you two things. One is called identity certificate. That is the actual certificate of the SBC. And the second one is called a root certificate. Root means that's a certificate of the CA. We are the one certifying you that you are ajcollab.com. So this is our certificate and this is your certificate. To install the certificate properly, you need to merge, means not merge, you need to upload both of these into your system, which I will show you in a moment. But this is the flow. First, you need to generate a CSR, which is certificate signing request. Go to a CA, then supply that CSR, certificate signing request to them, get the certificate back. So let's see how can we do that. So within the, sorry, what is that? Yeah. Within the TLS context, you go to means IP network security TLS context, go to change certificate, and here you need to supply those certificate signing request details. Certificate signing request. What is the common name? Common name is your FQDN itself. So let me just copy paste that. sbc.ajcollab.com and organizational unit AJ Collab, company name AJ. These are optional, by the way. Then locality Dallas. You can give anything here. Okay, it's fine. Country US, and here optionally I'll select DNS and enter this. Out of all these, this is the only critical thing. Rest all you can put based on your reference. You can put anything, but this is fine. But again, there are different certification authorities or different level of certification authorities. They will evaluate everything. So for example, if you access a website, a banking website, their SSL certificate is more secure because they will also evaluate who is the organization. They will go and check, okay, this is issued to maybe HDFC Bank. They'll also check the company name. They will also check the locations and everything. So to verify all these things, your certificate price will be also more. There is something called domain verified certificate. For our purpose, that is itself is enough. In this case, the CA guys, which I'll be going towards, they will only validate, okay, the guy who is coming here is the actual owner of ajcollab.com. This is called domain verified certificate. But if you want little more higher level, like they also wanted to verify I am coming from a company called AJ Collab, then you have to go for the upper level of certificate, which will cost you more. So again, just an idea about certificate, but you can dig more into that. But time being, I will only go for a basic certificate that will validate and prove that I am the owner of ajcollab.com. That's it. So I'll create CSR here, create CSR, not generate. I'm selecting this, create CSR. So you get some string value here. This is called certificate signing request. With this request, you need to approach the CA. So again, CAs are paid as well as free. I'll go to a free again. Of course, some limitation will be there for free. You can go to 0SSL, create a free account. 0SSL provides free certificates. Not this account. I need to log into a different account. Yeah, create an account in 0SSL and you will be actually landing into this page. Click on the new certificate, then enter your domain name here. So what is your domain name? Yeah, go ahead. No question. If no question, please mute, guys. So this is your domain name I'm supplying here. Click next. Then the 0SSL free certificate will be valid only for 90 days. Guys, please mute yourself. Only valid for 90 days. So I'm selecting 90-day free certificate. Click next. No add-ons. Click next. Here, disable the auto-generate CSR. Enable paste the existing CSR. Where is the CSR? I have it already here in the SBC, right? So I'm going to copy the CSR. Go back to this guy. Paste it. And click next. 1 second. Okay. So these are the option, free $1 per month. So you can have 90 days license. I'll select this free one, then hit next. Then this is domain verified certificate, right? These 0SSL guys will say, can you prove that you are the owner of ajcollab.com? And you have multiple options to prove that. Either we will send you an email to any of this email address, admin@ajcollab.com or webmaster@ajcollab.com. They will send you an email. You should have access to that email so that I can prove I am the owner. If you don't have any email with that domain, I'll say we have a DNS option available. So I'll select DNS option. Then within the DNS, what they are saying, you go to your DNS provider, which is GoDaddy in my case, then add this CNAME. So we added error code previously, right? Just like that, there is another concept called CNAME. CNAME is basically used for mapping one domain to another domain name. But here it is used for proving that I am the owner of ajcollab.com. Only the owner can do that, right? So I'll select this guy till here, till the SBC I need to copy. I don't need the root domain name. Copy this. Go back to your DNS provider. This is your GoDaddy DNS provider. Only when I am the owner of ajcollab.com, I can do this activity. That is what the CA guys are verifying. Okay, Abdul is the owner of ajcollab.com. So he can verify in this step. So I can add this, select CNAME, add the name here till that SBC portion, which you see here, then points to, copy this, and oh shit, I closed that. Sorry. Add CNAME points to this, copy. Yeah, so name will be that till the SBC, value will be the one which is there. Just hit save. Now since I added this, these guys can go and verify. They will come back to ajcollab.com and verify, okay, there is a value like this and what is the pointed value there. If they see this, they will understand, okay, he is the owner, means I am the owner of that particular domain name. We will supply you the certificate. Not everybody can supply certificate, right? I need to prove I am the owner. So click next and then click start verify domain. This might take some time because that global replication, it happened immediately. Good. Congratulations, your domain have been verified. This means that our system is issuing the certificate in a moment. This page will refresh automatically in seconds. Yeah, please refresh. Yes, now I have download certificate option here. Click download. I got the certificate here, sbc.ajcollab.com in my downloads. I can, this is the certificate. Right click here and extract. We'll see what is the content inside. This is the extracted folder, and like I said, if you look at the image, they're going to give you two things, right? One is your identity certificate, which is the own certificate of your SBC. Another one is the root certificate. So let's explore that two things. If you look at this, there is something called CA bundle. If you double click that, okay, first I'll open the identity one. Just open the certificate.crt. Open it and you can see this is issued to sbc.ajcollab.com, which is correct, and issued by 0SSL RSA domain secure site CA. They are the authority and I have a validity of 90 days. And if you go to the details, you can see common name, versions, and so many other stuff here. The major stuff will be called the common name. What is common name? Version, serial number, subject. Yeah. Subject contain common name equal to sbc.ajcollab.com. And if you go to the certification path, you can see the hierarchies of CA. So I got the certificate from 0 RSA secure site CA, and they got the certificate from the additional secondary CA, and they got the certificate from Sectigo, which is the root CA. So every certificate will have multiple hierarchy. Sometimes you see only one root CA issuing directly the certificate, but here Sectigo issued to one entity and they issued to another entity and they issued to another entity. So that's how I got the certificate. It's all fine. Anyway, I have a valid certificate. Okay. Now, if you look at this hierarchy 1, 2, 3, the bundle of all these three is called this certificate. That's why they call it a CA bundle. So if you open this, you can see that root hierarchy there. See this, all those three. So a certificate contain means a bundle contain all the root certificate, and then separately you have your identity certificate as well. This is common for any other CA. If you provide the CSR and get the certificate, they will give you two things. If they are not giving you the two things, it is your task to follow up with them and say that, okay, hey, I am looking for the actual certificate and your root certificate. Please provide that. Then only things will work in terms of TLS and SSL. So I have this. We'll go back to my SBC, which is here, and I will go to TLS context again. Here I have trusted root certificate. So the certificate of root, that means this, the second guy is like whoever issued that CA certificate, means the certificate of the initiator itself, that has to be uploaded as a trust certificate. One second. That has to be uploaded as a trust certificate. So where do you upload the trust certificate? Inside TLS context. Trusted root certificate. Right now you don't have anything. Go ahead and import. Go to your downloads and select your, make sure you select this all files and select your bundle. So you're importing your bundle certificate here, which is completed, and you can see that 0 SSL certificate details here. This is basically your root intermediate and secondary intermediate. Hit save button. Yes. So your root has been imported. Now your actual certificate. So go back to TLS again. TLS context. Change certificate. This is the place we also generated the CSR. Go to this. Finally, you can see load device certificate. Load device certificate file. Click here. Then select the identity certificate, which is certificate.crt, that is issued to the SBC correctly, right? So that is the one I am selecting. Saving it. Close. Hit save. So at this point, anyone from the world, if they open their browser and search for https://sbc.ajcollab.com, sbc.ajcollab.com, they should be able to see the SBC without any certificate warning. See, there is no warning here. Even if I click here, it shows connection is secure, and I can open the certificate. I go to this details tab, I can see that the 0 SSL stuff, and also in the general I can see this is issued to ajcollab.com. I was saying organization, all those are optional, right? That's why you don't see anything here. The 0 SSL will only verify the domain base. So this is how you install a certificate in AudioCodes device. The logic of certificate installation is similar in any other system. And if I browse the private window stuff, let me also add https:// here. Here also you will see a proper log symbol, right? This is, I'm trying from Mozilla. So it displays properly the connection is secure warning here. So make sure you properly install the certificate this way. Okay. Let me pause. Any questions, guys? Okay. No questions.
Abdul, one
Yeah.
question. Like when you verify from 0 SSL or SSL certificate, like how would 0 SSL know like this is the valid
Okay.
which we are
So 0 SSL gave me a value to add, right? Let me show you one portal where you can verify things. What is that? MX Toolbox. So if you go to MX Toolbox, you can do a lot of DNS lookup queries there. And now I'll do is ajcollab.com, right? This anybody can do. So I'll go now I will select, instead of this, I will select CNAME here. So what is CNAME? Do you see CNAME somewhere? Yeah, I see somewhere here. Come on.
CNAME.
It was there. Yeah, the CNAME lookup. So take that CNAME lookup, then they will see what are the CNAMEs available in my org. Okay. CNAME lookup. DNS is not public. Oh, 1 second. ajcollab.com. Why it's not displaying?
There are a lot of free websites available.
You can try your full FQDN.
Which one?
You can try your full FQDN.
No need to
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I have to try that. Sometimes it takes a while to reflect, but this DNS, public DNS can be verified. Yeah. So the zero SSL guys will come there and check, okay, I have given some values to this guy, whether that value is available in their public DNS profile. If it says success, if it not seen, then they will not validate that certificate. Okay.
Correct. Got it.
All right. So certificate installation is done. Let's move back. Now, two things we need to modify within the Genesys side. So if you look at the, one second, this is our SBC. This is our Azure SBC, and I am bringing the trunk settings here. This is our AudioCodes trunk that we added. Okay, so we added a random IP address there, right? So we don't need this now because we already have a valid IP address. So I'll copy this IP, come back, delete this, add it here, 5061 there, enter. Okay, that's only modification you need to change. If you add this one here in the access list also, it will come. And the other SBC already pre-configured here. That's it. You can hit save. So your Genesys side, you informed, okay, there is a guy right now, which is this sbc.ajcollab.com. You may expect something from that guy. So now rest of the things like, so the deployment is over. What is over? This is over. GoDaddy certificate over. CSRN certificate over. SBC configuration wizard. Now we will tell the SBC that we need to do routing, right? Any call comes from the Genesys side, you route to the PSTN. Any call comes from the PSTN side, you route to the Genesys side. And Genesys has created configuration wizard to address most of the business scenarios. Here the business scenario is integrating Genesys and Twilio together. So AudioCodes has configuration templates available to configure all these things in one go. So instead of you manually creating all the configuration items, they have standards, rules and configuration added in the form of templates. We can use that to speed up our configuration. And I have created a cheat sheet which is available in the document as well. These are the information you need when you configure Genesys and Twilio together. This might be different when you configure Genesys with a different carrier like Verizon, AT&T, people like that. So that's something, this area you need to get from them. So here, if you look at the audio code perspective, I have the NTP server, which can be anything. You can use Google NTP. By the way, I'm using Google NTP there. Or if you have a public ntp.org or any other DNS, you can use that. Then secondary, DNS NTP. Secondary NTP I use time.google.com. Basically this IP, right? If you see this, this is nothing but Google NTP. Time.google.com resolves into one of the IPs of that. Then you need a secondary DNS, which is optional. I use Google DNS. Then the only parameter here we are adding is public IP address of SBC VM. So within the configuration wizard, when I go, it will be asking a lot of questions, and these are the answer for that. Okay, so I'll show that and then come back and copy the values from here. And by the way, that is also added here. Sorry, BYOC trunk, and what is the cheat sheet? Call route, and where is AudioCodes? Yeah, sorry. Yes. So here you can see that I'll be copy pasting from this, but I'll explain when I do something what is it actually means. So I go to my AudioCodes back again, which is happily living here, and then go to actions configuration wizard. And so this will be downloaded from the cloud. So there will be always some configuration templates. So you make sure you have the latest configuration template. Right now the template pack is 2.56, which is available on your SBC, but in the cloud, the SBC repository, you have a 2.60 version available. So that will have so much fine-tuned configuration. It's always better you get the latest configuration template before proceeding. So I just click that download option. Then the template pack is updated. I can see that template pack is 2.60. Then hit next. Yeah. So this is the topology I need to select. So if you look at the diagram here, so this is my topology. One side is Genesys, one side is Twilio. So that is something I need to select from the wizard configuration. So I'll say Genesys BYOC here, Genesys Cloud BYOC here, and the other side will be Twilio SIP trunk. So they have standard set of configuration for these two scenarios. So I'm just interconnecting these two. I select the same thing, IP PBX with ITSP. Select Genesys Cloud BYOC and Twilio SIP trunk here. Click next. Now these are the thing we need from here. So in the first side, primary NTP server, I'll copy this. This log you can ignore. Primary NTP is this. Then secondary NTP is time.google.com. Okay. Then click next. And here what we need is primary DNS. There is already a DNS. Secondary DNS I will give 8.8.8.8. NAT public IP.
Quick one.
Yep.
Instead of wizard, we can do a manual as well?
Yeah, we can do manual configuration, but I am not an expert of AudioCodes. To do that, you have to understand all the configuration parameters. I will show you that when I deploy using wizard. I'll show you what are the things it's gonna push to the device. I will come to that point. Yeah, but manually can be configured. Okay, so on the NAT public IP, so which is nothing but your SBC's public IP, you can fetch that from the Azure interface, or you're already browsing it, right? So this is your public IP. So I'll copy from Azure interface. You have a copy button here. Copy this and add your NAT public IP address. NAT public IP address, your SBC's own public IP address. That's it. Click next. Now this is your IPPBX part. IPPBX here means your Genesys part. So what is your address? Your Genesys address is nothing but your Genesys trunk identifier. So if you look at the Genesys trunk configuration, we configured AJ Genesys here, right? AJ Genesys. Then your identifier become ajgenesys.byoc.pure.cloud. So this is the one they are expecting here in the address. You don't need to have any backup address. Then SIP domain will be also the same. Okay, if you look at the document, I have added. But when you configure, the initial portion might change. AJ Genesys will be your own identifier. Depending on your Genesys location, this will be, if it is US2, this is 2. If it's some other organization, means other location, that will also change. So keep an eye here. Then keep alive, enable TLS. These settings I need to configure on that page. So this is keep alive, that is enabled. Media protocol SRTP, it's not RTP, secure RTP, and base port number 6000 to 6100. So the RTP port number start from specific connection towards Genesys. It starts from 6000 to 6100. That is okay. Then what type of SIP connection you need? I need TLS base connection. And what is the destination port number within the Genesys you will be sending the signal to? That is 5061 for SIP secure. And what is the listening port? I need to make the listening port also 5061. So if you look at the cheat sheet, I moved all these configuration into my SBC side. So the trunk identifier of Genesys, keep alive, TLS, 5061 port numbers and SRTP. That's the thing within the Genesys part. So click next. Now they are saying SIP trunk configuration. This means the Twilio side configuration. We haven't configured anything inside Twilio, right? So let us, okay. So time being, I'll copy paste. Twilio also have some identifier. We'll configure that after this. So I'm going to give an identifier like this in Twilio when I configure. It's not yet configured, but when I configure Twilio, I will put AJ Twilio as the termination identifier inside Twilio, which we will cover after this. So time being, I pre-planned that. So I'll be giving this. So my termination, this will be AJ Twilio.pstn.twilio.com will be always the same. I will show you after logging into the Twilio. So add that as your SIP address and the SIP domain. Make sure keep alive is enabled. Same thing. This has to be TLS 5061. This has to be SRTP 7000 and 100 port from 7000. So Genesys uses 6000 to 6100. The Twilio uses 7000 to 7100 port ranges for media or the SRTP. That's it. Then click next. So these are some header manipulation. If you wanted to do advanced header manipulation, you can do that. For this example, we don't need that. Click next. Once you're happy with this, again click next, apply and reset. So this will push all the configuration into the SBC. So it might take 2 minutes. Then the SBC will reboot and come. Once it comes back, you will have all the configuration ready there. Okay, so any question for the SBC configuration, guys?
Just one question. Once this wizard automatically put the IP routing,
Yes, it
things
does
like
IP to IP routing, proxy set, and everything will be taken care by the wizard. I'll show you that once it comes up.
thank you.
No problems. Now let's think about, since the SBC is rebooting, think about your provider. So provider is Twilio. It can be anything in your case. It can be Verizon, Tata, or anything. By the way, the entire stuff what we configure, right? These are not a guy who simply configure. There will be multiple teams associated with it. You might be doing only Genesys, and the Azure engineer might be doing the Azure side, and the telecom guy, SBC guy will be doing the SBC part, and the telecom carrier side will be doing the carrier side. But we are merging everything into one session of webinar so that we get the complete 360 view of it. So let's talk to the Twilio guys now. So of course, if you are in a production network, you will talk to your service provider, maybe Tata or whoever, Verizon or AT&T. So you pick a phone and call them, hey, I need to configure the DID numbers into my SBC. So they will only ask, what is the public IP address of your SBC? You have that, right? You already know your public IP address of your AudioCodes SBC. And they will say, what is your domain name? You tell them sbc.ajcloud.com. Once you supply these two information, the Twilio guys will apply their side configuration, and they will say, okay, so anyone who calls to this number, we will make sure that will be delivered to your SBC. Once it is delivered at my SBC, it will be routed to Genesys. That's where I configured that, the configuration wizard, right? So let's switch over to Twilio and see what are the things they need. So Twilio, first they need something called access control list. So access control list contains public IP address of your SBC. That's all. So let us create that first access control list in Twilio, then configure rest of the things. By the way, the one that I'm starting now is not actually a contact center engineer or telephony engineer task. This will be usually done by the service provider. So if you're working in a service provider environment, you might be knowing this stuff. So otherwise, we simply call them and ask them, oh, okay, please route the call into this sbc.ajcloud.com or our public IP address. That's all. So going to my Twilio interface, like I said, you can create a free account in Twilio. Once you create, you have something called Elastic SIP trunking here. If you don't see that, go back to Explore Products, then search for Elastic SIP trunking. Elastic. You will see that option here. And when you select the pin option here, then it will appear in this left-hand side bar. So I'll go to Elastic SIP trunking, go to Manage, then it says IP access control list. So if you look at the image, or sorry, the diagram, we need to create some IP access control list first before creating any other configuration item. So I came here, IP access control list, then I have an access control list here. I'll create a new one. So create new one. The name will be AudioCodes Genesys SBC IP. AudioCodes SBC Genesys IP, and I need to supply the friendly name. You can add the same thing. Then I need to supply the IP address of the SBC, public IP address. Again, I can fetch that from the Azure portal. Go there, get it, and sorry, come back and paste it here. Create new ACL. So this means the Twilio will accept that particular thing. Like Twilio will accept your calls into that. Means when a call comes from this IP, Twilio will accept. So that is one thing you need to configure. Okay. And second thing, you need to add a trunk within Twilio. So again, these are service providers, engineers' task. It's not our job. So they come to the trunk, and each service provider, they will have different type of interface. Create a new SIP trunk. Now I will say AudioCodes SBC, AudioCodes SBC for Genesys. Okay. AudioCodes SBC Genesys. That's the trunk name. And only two things you need to configure in the trunk, that is highlighted here: origination and termination. And when I when I was configuring the SBC configuration wizard, I have used AJ Tulio as the termination, right? So this is the time I will configure that. So within the general settings of the trunk, you need to enable secure trunking so that you have TLS based secure SIP and SRTP enabled. And by default, the symmetric RTP will be allowed. That's fine. And save it. Then go to termination, and you need to add two things here. One is your termination URI, which is AJ-Tulio. So I'm going to add that here, AJ-Tulio. So your entire Tulio termination will be aj-tulio.pstn.tulio.com. That is exactly I have configured inside my SBC, aj-tulio.pstn.tulio.com. This is what I have supplied when I was doing the configuration wizard in the AudioCodes. So that is done. Then you have to point your IP access control list. So I created this access list right in the previous step, right? So I attached that, then hit save. So your termination is configured correctly. Now you have an origination. So within the origination, you can again compare this diagram. Origination will be your SBC FQDN. So you just need to type sbc.ajcollab.com there. So come back and in the origination, add a new origination URI. So the syntax will be always SIP then sbc.ajcollab.com. So that should be the format. In the Tulio documentation, you can find that SIP sbc.ajcollab.com. Priority and other thing you can keep default, and that is done. Then you can go back to numbers. Now you need to tell Tulio that what are the numbers that should be routed to your SBC. So if you need a number, you can buy a number, which I show you, right, how to buy a number. I do have an existing number, so I'll select this option. Then identify that 214883759 number, add selected here, and your trunk is completely configured. So I'm going back to this. Then you can see your AudioCodes Genesys, AudioCodes SBC Genesys trunk. So what this trunk does is, any call comes to that DID attached into this trunk, right? They will extend that call to sbc.ajcollab.com. Okay. And if SBC dials that any number, means any user from the Genesys dials that number, it goes to SBC and then it comes to this. So this is how the entire stuff work within Tulio. Again, the Tulio configuration is purely for the service provider side. Since we are covering the entire stuff, I just demonstrated how to add a trunk in Tulio. Any questions?
Do we have SIP options monitoring?
By default, it is enabled in Tulio. We don't need to have enable anything.
Okay.
How it does the proxy are registered with Twilio and AudioCode in this case? Because
sorry, I don't know that answer. So I can probably answer, maybe pause the session.
Oh,
okay. So now we were rebooting our SBC, right? So this guy was rebooting. Let me just refresh and see whether it came up. Yeah, it came up. I need to do some fine tuning as well here. So when you log in for the first time, you will see few things like they are not currently configured the topology view. That is fine. There are some fine tuning you need to do after configuration wizard on the SBC. So this is that fine tuning. Basically 3 fine tuning section. First is your NAT translation. So let's go back to the IP network, NAT translations. and select the first item inside that. By the way, somebody was asking, right, when you configure using configuration wizard, all these items are pushed using configuration wizard, like IP group, then proxy sets, media realm, everything, IP to IP routing and everything will be pushed from the configuration wizard. If you know how to configure manually, we can come here, add one by one and do it. That's fine. So I'm going back to IP and add translation, editing the translation for media port numbers. So the IP start from, I can add another one, but I'm merging everything into one. It starts from 600 to 600 to 100, 6100 and 7000 to 7100. So I'm creating a range where it covers everything. So 6000 to 799, that should be fine, or 6000 to 700 would be also fine, but I'll keep the default one. So the Genesys side talks with 600 to 6000 to 6100. Twilio side talks with 7000 to 7100. I'm just creating a large range. It talks from 6000 to 7999. Apply. Yep.
If you don't mind, can I ask one question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like we did this, so how Twilio side the codec negotiation, like it's like
they supply all the codecs, all standard codecs, JSON 1129, ILBC, all those codecs are supported, but I haven't seen where you can control that. That's out of my knowledge, means within the Twilio side.
Okay, fine.
We'll collect one debug logs
like,
and we'll see what are the supported codecs.
Because audio code we configured as a by wizard. So by wizard,
it is there somewhere. I'll come to that point. Let me just finish the tuning and then we'll go to each section. Okay.
Sure. Thanks.
So the second one, edit, and then this is for your proxy, the SIP signaling. So you also need to update here. Basically, the configuration wizard has to finish all these, but even after the configuration wizard, it will not apply everything. So you have to do some fine tuning. So the NAT translation is one of that. Hit save. Yes. Now, second thing, if you go back to the document, to NAT. Second one, classification for Twilios. So when any call comes into Genesys from Twilio side, basically coming into AudioCodes from Twilio side, it has to be originated. Let me show you. So if I go to monitor, VoIP status, proxy set status, it has to originate from these IPs 54.172, 54.172, 54.172. This is what SBC is expecting. Any call that comes from the Twilio side, it has to come from these IPs. But usually sometimes in Twilio, I have seen calls are coming from altogether different IP, but start with 54. Those IPs are actually available here. Twilio okay, IPs, IP address of elastic SIP trunking. Then you can see. So these are North America gateways. Like if you are DID from North America, you would expect a call from all these IPs, not only the one which is displayed on the audio codes. So these are the possibility. Technically, you need to add all these IPs into a kind of classification, saying that any call comes from this, please accept that. So that is called classification rule in SBC. Some of the classifications are already added, but let me go back and add few more things. So go to setup, then signaling and media, SBC classification. Two classifications are already there. I'm going to add a new one. So I'll call it as Twilio classification. Then source will be SIP interface. IP will be 54 dot star dot star dot star. That means anything that starts with 54, please take up the call. And then the group will be Twilio. IP group will be Twilio. Again, what is IP group? Another thing that is out of our scope of SBC, means the Genesys training. We are focused on Genesys part and BYOC part. If you wanted to know more about all these things, there are specific certification available inside AudioCodes. They talk about what is IP group, proxy set, and all of that. So apply this and hit save configuration. That is done. Okay. All right. So what is next? So that is our second fine tuning, applying that. Then proxy set customization for Twilio. So when you add the configuration wizard, one more place you need to customize, which is there in called proxy set. Proxy set basically your FQDNs in both sides. So within the Twilio FQDN side, you need to go select the Twilio side, edit, proxy address, click the proxy address item here, and then click edit, add :5061 here. Again, like I said, I was expecting that wizard has to finish all this, but wizard will have some bugs sometimes, not sometimes, always. So you have to fine tune some extra configuration on your own. So these are the 3 things I have identified we need to do manually. So hit save, then hit submit, click yes. So at this point, if you go to the warning, you should technically expect only one warning, which is like the SBC is running on evaluation license. That is okay. And you come back to the setup, signaling media, topology view, you would see both side green. So your Twilio group is green, your Genesys side is green. That means this SBC is now ready for routing the call from that DID number from Twilio through the SBC into Genesys. So let us make our first test call. Are we guys okay with this point? Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah. So fingers crossed. So I'm going to dial that number. Hopefully it should work. 214-888-3759.
Oh, this is the initial greeting. You are at the main menu. Press 9 to disconnect.
So it says, hey, this is the initial greeting. You are at the main menu, +9 to disconnect, which is exactly our flow configuration. Let me bring that flow here. The flow that we configured, right? This one. Hello, this is your initial greeting. You are at the main menu, +9 to disconnect. That means our call is successfully landed inside Genesys. Congratulations. Are we good, guys? You can also test it. The number is available as a global number. If you have international plan, dial that number. If you are from US, locally dial that. Okay, some message is coming in. Anyway, I will look into that later. So our primary task is over. Our target was to integrate AudioCodes SBC to Genesys Cloud using BYOC option. If you look at the topology stuff, what we have reached so far, we're not done. We have some more tuning. Yeah, so we have completed all these things. We bought a DID number from Twilio, configured Twilio in such a way that it should send the call to AudioCodes, then configured AudioCodes using wizard and also added some fine tuning. Then we will see the signaling media and everything is up. Then we also added the trunk inside the Genesys side, then routed this call into Genesys part, and it reaches the Genesys, and we have a call route configured. In that case, you have to look into the other diagram, the call routing diagram. Where is it? One moment. Yeah. So we brought our call from the external caller into Twilio with a Twilio DID, send that to AudioCodes, send that to the trunk, reaches DID, then we have a call route, then architect. Oh, I have an option like this. Then within the architect, we have a basic audio now. Thank you, you are at the main menu, please 9 to disconnect, and call is disconnected. So that is what our BYOC concept, taking a number from a carrier, using an SBC, sending that to Genesys. Are we okay at this point? Any questions, guys? Please ask. No questions? No questions really? Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, no questions.
Okay.
No,
Cool.
good.
So yeah, next thing is like building the flow. So I'm not happy with the basic flow, so I need to have little customization. I'm coming to that point. Before that, 1 second, let me verify something. Okay. So this is the flow I have. So I'm gonna edit this flow, then add few extra options. So I don't need this default greetings like hello. This is the initial greeting, press 1. This is not the requirement of my organization. So within Genesys, when you create an architect flow, you default will see this, but this is not the way you actually configure. Instead, first you need to add a new task. So I'm going to click the task option here, then rename the task as initial task. Oh, sorry. Initial underscore task. Click done. Okay. Then these are the toolbox. In the toolbox, I have the contact center options. So I'll expand the audio option, then bring that play audio here and type it. Thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center. Then I can have options and other thing, route the call into the queue. I'll show you that, but let me just play some audio first and then disconnect the call. So this is a simple architect flow. Start, play something and disconnect. But here I have the starting menu as a menu, right? So I need to flip this. So this task that you created in the left hand side bottom has to go first, and I don't need this main menu at all. I don't need that option 9 and other stuff. So what I'll do is I'll click here this 3 dot, then set this as a starting task. So the flip will happen. This will go up and the other guy will come down. Let's see that. It happened. So initial task came here. Then you have the menu here. Click on this 3 dot and delete that guy. You have done with that. So no more mess up with that default settings. So this is how you start. So even in the start option, if you come to the starting task side, you have an initial default greeting here. Hello, this is an initial greeting. Then again another play audio. Thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center. I don't need the default system based initial greeting there. So you can put a blank audio there by clicking this play icon. Then click this close button. Then add a blank audio of 100 millisecond. So that will be negligibly small. So call comes in, then it routes, goes, and finally it reaches to the architect flow. In the flow, it says, thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center. I can publish this. Now, if I call instead of the default greeting, I'll be getting this. So let's try that. Okay.
Thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center.
It said, thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center, and disconnected. But I don't like that the text to speech option, right? Right now I'm not uploading any prompt. I was using the default text to speech option, TTS option. By the way, you can also upload. Genesys got a standard TTS engine, so that is available in the supported language section. So go back to supported language, select Genesys enhanced TTS, then these are the characters. So if I select Andrew multilingual neural, this will be almost similar to a human language. So I'll select this, or human speech. It wouldn't be like robotic. So I'll publish. Now let us experience the same thing, same IVR. We'll see how that response comes in. Okay. Dialing the number.
Thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center.
Nice. That is far better than the robotic voice. It says, thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center. So this is the place you can control the TTS. By the way, there are other TTS like Amazon Poly and so many options available. You can select that. Genesys Enhanced one is there by default, so you don't need to have any integration for that. That's why I selected that. Again, so Okay, so let me go back to the document. So we tested that. Okay, any questions in the basic flow building? I'm going to a new topic now. That will be our last topic.
No, very good.
Okay, thank you. So before going there, let me just introduce some of my other stuff. So during our break session, I got a lot of messages saying that, is there any new full-time training going on? So I just wanted to talk about a few minutes about the upcoming Genesys training. So this is the new training which is going to happen on 18th of November. And we're going to cover 3 different sections in the Genesys training. So the first one will be Genesys Cloud Administration, Implementation, and Reporting. In that we pretty much cover in-depth things about the product. What is Genesys Cloud, org division, ACDQs. Few of the things we already touched today, but everything else like chat, messages, all those stuff, analytics, workspace, queue, location, collaborate, communicate, license, and everything. So that is the first module. And the second section, we cover all the standard integration. By the way, I'm going to do one Salesforce integration right now. So integration in the sense, contact center is always an integrated product. It wouldn't stand alone. Just creating an IVR, sending the call to the queue is not a contact center designed for. There'll be a lot of integration. One example I can give you, which I will be doing right now. When a customer calls, if his number is registered in a database, just accept his call saying that, oh, you are a registered customer. We are extending your call to the next available support agent. If anybody else calls, we can evaluate, okay, if this number is not registered, then let me say, okay, you are not a registered customer. We are disconnecting the call. Those type of things you can configure. That we will do right now, but that needs some type of integration with some of the database outside. It can be a Salesforce CRM database or SQL database, XYZ thing. Salesforce we will see. So in the second module, we'll cover all these type of things, including that SSO. There was some question about what is SSO, how to do SCIM and SSO together. All those things will be covered in the second portion. And the third thing, we cover Genesys AI, what is conversational AI, natural language understanding, chatbot, web messaging, Genesys based natural language understanding, advanced digital bot flow, all those things. This is the basic summary, and the training details will be available in the second page. I will send you this document after this session in the group. You can get that. We are starting on 18th November. And if you wanted to see some of my demo classes, it's available in my YouTube channel. You simply search AJ Labs. You will see a logo with A and J. That is my channel. We have a complete Gen AI chatbot building, just like this webinar that happened 4 months ago. That is available. You can watch that. Then these are some details about it. And I have included all the syllabus topic which is covered in the class, and their stuff is there. I don't want to go every topic by topic. You can review that. By the way, this topic what we are discussing, right, it's a part of that as well. So this is going to happen. I'll also show you one sample thing what we have. If you browse ajcollab.com, this is a demo website we will be building. So when you come for the training, you will never see that you are learning Genesys Cloud. Instead, you will think that, okay, you are joining or a new organization, which is a financial organization, and you are building the call flows and Genesys deployment for them, along with the troubleshooting. Of course, we have troubleshooting. I'll just show you one of the use case. Here, I have a chatbot deployed. So if you interact with the chatbot, let me see. It says, welcome to AJ Bank Support Virtual Support Center. Open a new case. Check the status of existing case. Resetting your debit card PIN, connect with a live agent. These are the options the chatbot gives. So let me simply select 2, check the status of existing case. By the way, where is the case? So I'll show you cases are opened in on Salesforce backend database. Now it says, sure, I will help you to check the status of existing case. Please enter your registered mobile number. Let me enter +91. Okay, so I enter my mobile number in E164 format. Is it correct? Yes. Then it says, we are going to send you an SMS OTP to your registered mobile number. Please enter the OTP. So in a moment, I will receive my OTP here. Again, this is a Twilio, another Twilio integration. You can also try this. You will also receive OTP there when you enter your number. The OTP is 022331. Enter that. It says you are successfully authenticated. Then it brings my existing case from the database. It says your case number is this. it is opened for international transaction failure, and the current status on the case is the support team is checking with the banking partner. So where are these actually coming from? So those are from the backend Salesforce integration. So Salesforce is basically a CRM and ticketing system. Here we have the Genesys is basically talking to the CRM. I'll show you how to do that integration, which is our next part. Then here I have some cases opened, and it was basically taking this international transaction failure. So this is one of the case, and if you look at the related links and comments, you can see that the support team is actually checking with the banking partner. So the Genesys chatbot goes and fetches this information using API integration and display that on the web interface. So this is one thing. If I wanted to open a new case, let me do that. So I'll just say, hi, welcome to AJ Bank Virtual Support Center. I need to open a new case. I can simply type natural language. Instead of typing one, open a new case. I can interact with the natural language understanding. I think you wanted to open a new case. Is that correct? Yes. So that is correct. Sure, I will help you to new case. Please enter your registered number. Again, not everybody can open the cases. Only registered customers can open. So let me do that one more time. +91. You have entered this. Is that correct? Yes. And again, they're going to authenticate me second time. So I will receive another OTP, which just came. 589159. Now, if I am a banking customer, I have some issue with my, yeah, it is addressing me in a proper way, right? It says that, hey, Rain Jassim. By the way, Rain is my son. And it identified, okay, there is a customer whose number is that number which I entered. And it is addressing me in a specific format. Hey, Rain Jassim, let us open a new case. What is the case subject? So let me
So
type
where
it.
is finding this actually? Is criteria, this matching criteria is in your Genesys?
Yeah, it's all
point?
from the, I'll come to that point. I'm just demonstrating, I'm coming to that. So sample case webinar. So this is purely Genesys, okay. Instead of voice, this is purely Genesys chatbot. So sample case webinar. Kindly explain the issue in details. Let me say blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Okay. What is the case priority? High, medium, low. So let's select medium. And then it goes and trigger a new case. This new case has been opened successfully. And now if I go back to Salesforce here, go to cases, I can see that new case here. Let me go for all cases. And where is the search option here?
And this chatbot is inbuilt in Genesys itself, right?
Yeah, I'm coming to that, by the way. So this is one of that case created, sample case webinar. You can see that this is created, and also description will be that blah, blah, blah thing that you type. So basically this Salesforce and my Genesys is integrated. Within the Genesys, if I go, you can develop something called message flow. Message flow basically the same what logic I have demonstrated in this. So I just deployed it. You guys can go and check it. But since you are not a registered customer, you will not be able to do further. But at least the OTP part and all you can experience. So if you wanted to learn these, by the way, these are the part of the training. So if you wanted to learn all these stuff, how to build a chatbot, even this is available in the channel itself. How to interact with the chatbot, creating natural language and integrating that with the backend Salesforce. This is just another one demo. We have a lot of other integration with the Google. Yeah, if you look at the third module of that, we have integration with Google Dialogflow, which is a chatbot building platform. Amazon Lex, another chatbot building platform. Then predictive engagement. Yeah, let me demonstrate that as well. So predictive engagement means, imagine you are browsing a website, which is ajcloud.com again, and you are just a normal user. You are scrolling through this, and then finally you said, okay, let me go and check what are their services. The moment I click that services, the website is actually, means the Genesys engine is actually tracking this website and looking at, okay, if somebody clicks services, let me dynamically offer a chat to them saying that, hey there, you might be interested in some of our new services. When I click here, then another chat session will initiate. This will directly transfer to the agent. So thank you for your interest. I'm looking for a live agent who can support you right now. Sorry, no agents are available right now. Please contact. That's fine. So no agents are logged in, so you don't see any message. But if the agent is logged in, the agent will get the message, then they can start that interaction. You might have seen this in some of the website. So how we deploy all those things, all these solutions, that's all about my training. You can also get feedback from the previous student who attended. We're going to develop completely from scratch. You also get access to this backend. We're going to do a lot of fun stuff there. It is highly detailed. It's advanced. And if you guys wanted to explore that, message me. All my contact details are there. I will send you this document in the WhatsApp group after this session, and you can also review what are the topics discussed over there. And this training is going to happen on 18th of November onwards, morning 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Indian time, and we need 35 classes. That means weekends are off Monday to Friday. Anyone interested, please message me after this. Any questions about training? If no, then we'll go to the integration part.
I have one question actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, need of XML language to integrate?
No, nothing. Integration I am showing right now. The one Genesys, Genesys and Salesforce integration we are going to do right now. So VXML is not required. No programming language is required.
Okay.
So this upcoming training for 1 week, and is there any
not 1 week? It's 1 month. Not even 1 month. Okay. 35 working days. Yeah, you will get a complete. Yeah, I forgot to show you the other training document. You will get access to this ebook, which is covering everything, whatever I have demonstrated. For example, what are the layers, licensing. Then if I look at the collaborate, communicate, contact center, how these are organized, including screenshot.
Because we may missed because we
are I'm coming to that. You get this document, you get the entire class recordings. All the class will be available exactly after 30 minutes of every class. Like if we finish the class around 10 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 you will see the recordings, which is lifetime access. You can go through that anytime. Plus you get lab access for 2 + 1 month, like 2 months altogether. Our training will go around 45 days because we take only Monday to Friday, weekends are off. Then 1 extra month, which is available. By the way, the demo that I'm doing, right, which is in the lab session, which students are actually using. So 2 months plus another 1 month extra lab access will be there. You can configure everything. So BYOC is actually discussed. What are the other BYOC options, right? We see all those things. And I wanted to show you a few things about the Genesys side. Call flow, how to create prompt, automatic call distribution. We are covering almost 26 call flows. That includes highly advanced flows like calling the IVR, even resetting a debit card pin. So you integrate a database, and then when the customer calls the IVR will say, if you would like to reset your debit card pin, please enter your debit card 4-digit, expiry date, your date of birth, and then your calling number. If all matches, we're going to do a reset of that. That requires an SQL database integration and middleware development. We develop middleware from the scratch. You don't need any coding. We will use ChatGPT and other tools to get the code for us. We will have that. Then what else? Where is the scripting section? So Genesys integration. Yeah. So integration, API integration. So what is, 1 second, schedule group. Integration. Yeah. What is API? How the API actually work with an example of a few real-time use cases. Then we implement literally the complete platform API using Postman. Postman is basically a tool for sending API request and evaluating that. So first we will implement that on Postman, then we convert that into Genesys. A similar thing which I'm going to do right now after the explanation. And what else? Yeah, Salesforce integration in much more detail. So how to create things in Salesforce, configuring things in Salesforce, and doing things like integration part. What else? Agent scripting. Agent scripting is basically when somebody calls, you will see a pop-up in the in front of you. So it should be like, where is the scripting side? Initially, you will have a base script like this. And then finally, you will have an advanced script like this. All this information, right? When agent calls, you will see the customer call, customer name. His existing case will be displayed. By the way, we didn't initiate an agent call. We will do that. So customer open cases, his case summary, and all those things will be displayed in front of the agent. For that, we use scripting. So we have an advanced scripting section there. Then the Tele OTP integration, which I just demonstrated, right? How to do that OTP stuff. Then what else? Other contact center logic, SQL database integration. So you literally get an SQL workbench access where you can log in, configure your database, then control that database using Genesys. This is a middleware development. So how a middleware actually works and interacting with middleware API. Secure call flow in the sense when you wanted to reset some debit card pin, just like a use case. You call that and then enter your basic information, then transfer one flow to a secure flow. Secure flow will mask all the logs and recordings. So you can enter your debit card information there and eventually hit an SQL database to reset the pin. So when you transfer from one flow to another flow, how you pass the variable, those things. Then we start with the web chat and web messaging. By the way, web messaging we just see right now, right? The chatbot building thing, just like this. So how to build that from scratch. Message routing, then yeah, Google Dialogflow is another chatbot building platform. So how to integrate the Google Dialogflow with Genesys. Apart from that, Amazon Lex is another chatbot build. Then predictive engagement, just demonstrated right now. Email interaction, apart from call or message, you can have email based contact center as well. Then supervisory tools, what supervisory tool, what are the options you have? The dashboard, like how to build a performance dashboard, how many agents are available, all those things. Then quality management, like recording and few other stuff about quality management, basics of workforce management, outbound dialing. Then what else? Azure Indra ID integration, including all the steps, how to do Indra ID scheme and Indra ID integration, like Azure AD based user authentication, single sign-on, and what else? Those are all Azure related things. Then troubleshooting Genesys Cloud. We have identified almost all common issues. Then how to troubleshoot even all those related issues. For example, login issue comes, how to address this. Then inactive user. So some basic operational stuff. So this is a fully functional training. Anyone who interested, you will get this document plus all the classes in recordings. So even if you miss one class, you can watch that. All right. Further questions about training? Okay.
After the training, is there any certification like?
Yeah. So if
after we complete.
After we complete, of course, 1 second. There is section called Understanding Genesys Certifications. Yeah, Understanding Genesys Cloud Certification. Basically, this training covers 3 different certifications, like Genesys Cloud Developer, which is Genesys Cloud Professional, which is GCP. That's about our first module thing, the complete thing about Genesys. Then the training also covers GCD, which is the Genesys Cloud Developer Certification, that talks about the scripting, the integrations and all those things. Then Cloud Specialty Architect Certification. Architect means how to build advanced flows, scripting flows, secure flows, all those things. So 3 certifications are merged, but again, the certifications are separately chargeable. You need to pay directly fees to the Genesys. Almost all certification will cost you $500. You have the knowledge by attending my training, but if you wanted to get certified, you can register the exam yourself and go and certify. Clear?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it for the training. Now let me go back to our last topic of webinar, which is going to be a Salesforce CRM integration. By the way, before going there, any other questions?
So Abdul, I have one question. So you have told about this chatbots related things, right? So nowadays we see like some businesses are using this WhatsApp business, right? And they suppose if we are going to any website and immediately we are getting some messages.
Yeah.
And there is a chatbot built there, and
Yep.
we can ask questions and they will reply. Okay.
Mm.
So is this a part of this
Yeah,
Genesys
so
or any call
Genesys
related?
chatbot, the bot that you build on Genesys can be also integrated with the WhatsApp. So the same experience what I show you in the website, right? Similar can be there in the WhatsApp as well. But for that, you need a business WhatsApp number, and an integration is seamless. You just enter the business number there in the portal and do that integration. So anyone who messages to that chatbot number, WhatsApp will be actually responding to you. The logic is the same, just the integration which is natively available in Genesys. It's easy. Rest all other platform, everything will be exactly the same way. You build that flow, chat bot in one platform. By the way, Google Dialogflow is another example. That can be also integrated with the WhatsApp. So once the number and business WhatsApp is associated, then the logic that you built in the chatbot will work within the WhatsApp.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so moving on. Now, right now when I call the number, what happens? It says, thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center. What I need is, my business is saying, we need a DID number for our banking customers. When anyone who calls, it should first check their caller ID, means what is the number they are calling from. In my case, I am calling from my personal mobile number. So then once it is there, of course, the contact center will identify that number, right? Any call comes to the Genesys, there is a built-in variable called call.ani. So the call.ani contains the caller ID information. Basically, my mobile number will be there in the variable. So within the flow, I need to see, okay, I got the calling number, means the customer number. Let us see if the customer number is registered in my Salesforce CRM. Salesforce CRM basically means customer record manager. All the customer information, when you're actually doing a KYC inside your bank, this is what they do. They will collect all your information and upload into some database. It can be a private database or a large scale CRM like Salesforce or ServiceNow. It can be anything. So in our example, our bank uses, our bank, I mean in the sense, the fictional bank uses a Salesforce CRM, and within the CRM, I can register the registered customer numbers. Like when a new guy creates an account with the bank, I will add his mobile number, his first name, last name, all those information in the Salesforce. Here is those information. And when he calls to the contact center, it comes and hits the call flow first, right? Means architect flow. So from the architects, I need to send a request to Salesforce saying that, hey, I'm getting a call from this number. Do you know this number? If yes, what is his name and what is his ID? Send me those information back. So those will be passed here. And then within the flow, I can take a decision. This is called decision making. If customer name equal to unknown, not equal to, that means I have a valid customer name there. In the previous case, I see Rain Jassim there. So if I have a valid name there, like Rain Jassim or something, somebody is there already registered, then say, hi, Rain Jassim, transferring your call to a customer support executive, then transfer to the queue. By the way, we created the queue, we didn't transfer any call there. So this is one use case. If that number is not there, so that means customer name not equal to unknown. If the customer is not there, that means the value will be unknown, so which is not this situation. So it goes to this loop and it's not loop, this branch, and it say, sorry, you are not a registered customer, then call will be disconnected. So this way, I am creating a contact center only for registered customer. Not everybody can call that number. Means everybody can call, but based on their caller ID, the call will be accepted and routed further. If the caller ID is not registered in the Salesforce CRM, it will be terminated. This is one of the simple use case about the integrations. Genesys cannot do that alone. So we need a third-party integration to make that happen. So this is my business use case. Now let us solve that case using Genesys. Are we good?
Yes.
No responses. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So first let us understand, even before you build any type of call flow, first we need to understand an architectural diagram, not the flow diagram. So here, if you look at the flow diagram, I have first the DID number, which we have already. Then we have a call route that is also there. Then it goes to the call flow, means the architect flow, WB call flow 01. It says, thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center. Now I need to build the rest of the logic. Okay, this thing, and this thing. So this is what I do. So here, if you look at the first diagram, which is this, we need to send a data to Salesforce. This is called integration. Integration and data action. So before going there, let me just log in to the Salesforce and see what is actually a Salesforce thing, because there are a few guys who is new to Salesforce. So this is Salesforce. Here I can add contacts. So like customer record solution, it can hold everything. Right now there is a user called Rain Jassim. This is his number. This is basically my mobile number. Another user Abdul Jassim, and this is the number. So I have 2 contacts there. And then I can open cases here, like few cases are already there. I'm not opening anything new. If I want to open, I can open new. Okay. So what my logic is going to do is, it will send a query into Salesforce and see if there is a number with this particular number. Means if there is a contact with this number. If it is there, pick up the name and then route the call accordingly. If it is not there, disconnect the call. So Salesforce is another CR, means another cloud tool to handle all these all these customer informations and cases. Genesys is our contact center platform. So I'm going to bridge these 2 things together so that Genesys can talk to Salesforce. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. So that can be done in the form of integration. So go to admin and go to integrations. There are a couple of integration we have done for the previous classes. So I'm going to do one new integration. So I'll click new. 1 second. Yeah. Where is it? Search for Salesforce. You can see that Salesforce data action. This is what I need. So click install. And I will say 1 second. I need a name for this. I will 1 second. One moment, let me just confirm one thing, then I'll come back. Come on, load faster. I need a specific name. Okay, I'll call it as AJ Bank Salesforce Integration Integration 01. I don't know whether the name has already taken or not, but it's fine. Then within the configuration, you only need to add the credential. So to configure Salesforce inside Genesys, we need to supply this information. This can be provided by your Salesforce administrator. Since we are not covering the Salesforce part, but again, this is covered in the regular training. So you need to talk to your Salesforce admin and get a username, password, security token. That's it. I do have that already pre-configured, means I contacted my Salesforce admin, which is myself itself, and then I have collected those information. So I'm entering those values here. I'm entering a username, then the integration password. Again, this is purely coming from the Salesforce. You don't need to worry about this part, and adding a token as well. Hit save. Okay. So basically the integration is nothing but, what is that? What is the one that we created? Salesforce. Yeah. AJ Bank Salesforce Integration 01. Okay. I have, yeah, this is what we created right now. So I can see that is inactive. I need to make that active. Okay. I do have similar name there, so we'll make confused. That's okay. Fine. So make it active. Now the Genesys is able to authenticate with Salesforce, because the Salesforce credential I have supplied in the form of an integration. Now we need an action, right? Action in the sense getting the customer data, sending some queries. So how to do that? That is basically called actions. So go to actions, then create an add action. While creating add action, they will ask you to select this thing. So I'll select AJ Bank Salesforce Integration 01, then action name. So I'll call it as get contact by number. Get contact by number. Okay. Add this. Now within the action, the only thing I need to configure is the API request. By the way, we need to understand what is API to know further, but time being I'm just explaining the API which we already developed. So if you go to the documents, go to the integration part, yeah, here. So these are the things we need. Let me copy all these things into a notepad. Which is this. So Genesys is going to send a request to salesforce.com/services data. This is the format, by the way. If you wanted to know more about that, we can go here in the references section. And here I have added that Salesforce APIs. Yeah. So go here, copy link. Where is copy link? You will be able to see how we actually form that API request. These are available here like services, blah, 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 blah thing. But time being, this is not the time to explain what is API and other stuff. But technically speaking, if you send this query, services, data, search, this is like escaping, URL escaping. Find Salesforce this is your input phone number. So you are passing a phone number into Salesforce and returning contacts, name and ID. So when you send this query, you actually get the contact name and contact number. So let's see that. Again, I'm not going to explain how I delivered this one, which is coming from the official documentation of Salesforce. We have to learn few things about SQL language. I mean, Salesforce query language. We'll cover that later, or you can explore that using the link. But time being, I have this link. So I copied this. Coming back to data action and go to the configuration, then place that URL here, then go to test. Okay, sorry. So here in this configuration, you are supplying input phone number, right? So that is one of the variable you need to add, because any customer calls, their mobile number will be different. So copy this phone number, add that as an input variable. So the way you add input variable is here, which is called input contracts. Okay, so you added that. Now go to test, then test the number which I have in the Salesforce. So I have a number which is this in Salesforce. So let me send that query and see what response coming in. So I'll add that number. If I send this, I get whole details about that particular contact. Okay, what is this? It says, yeah, that's okay. Bad request. Malformatted syntax. 1 second. So I need to copy this. Copy this. Go back to configuration. There will be some white spaces or something extra. So added that. Then the input number will be phone number. And the contract. Oh, so you don't need input phone number here. You only need phone number there. So go back to test +91 9495 6078. Yeah, you got a response. And when you expand the execute section, you can see the details came from the Salesforce. So you got name, that is Ryan Jassim, and then the ID, which is this. ID is basically a Salesforce identifier. If you open the Ryan Jassim here, you can see the mobile number and you can see that ID in the address bar. This ID is basically the fetching. So Genesys is now able to go and talk to the Salesforce by passing a variable which is your mobile number and get the data associated with it. So I have one more number here, right? That's 91 859.0.1.0.1.859. I get the second user, which is Abdul Jassim. That data will be available for this. One second. Which is, sorry, not here. Expand the execute, and you can see that is Abdul Jassim. So this is your raw response, raw data coming from. Now you need something called translation. You don't need the entire data, right? You only need the name and ID. So for that, we basically use translation. So you have a translation here, but I'll tell you how I figured out this translation. So let me add the response that you got from Salesforce, right? This is the response that you got, the raw response. Copy this. Let's go to ChatGPT. Sorry. And tell them, okay, I have a JSON data below. Provide me JSON path expression in JSON format to filter only name and ID. Okay, so this is called JSON path expression. Again, this is not the right time to explain JSON path expressions and other stuff, but you get this response from ChatGPT called JSON path expression. So copy this and come back here. Now there is a template available. So this is the template, which is always the same, but you need to customize this. So I'll paste that template here. So three sections here: translation map default, and success template. So in the translation map, you need to paste whatever you got from the ChatGPT. So basically this. I have similar stuff. Instead of name path, I have given customer name and contact ID. And then star means anything. So I have only one value there, so it gets the 0th value. So if I have multiple things, you can use star. So I use 0. If you fine tune that query, the ChatGPT query, you will exactly get the same thing. So since we have already this is what it is. So the translation content I generated from ChatGPT. This is what it is. Then the default one. So if I have a proper value for the customer name, give me the value. If there is no value, then give me the response called unknown. So the customer name will be unknown, customer contact ID will be unknown. Okay. And success template is the one properly mapping those things. So customer name equal to customer name. So whatever value you get it here, it could be either a proper name or an unknown name. Then contact ID will be the contact ID that you get from the Salesforce query. It could be a valid ID or unknown in some cases if there is no user. So I know this might be confusing for you, but time being, just copy and blindly follow that, the template which is available in the documents. This one, sorry, this one. Okay, so I have copied everything, but in the actual class, or if you wanted to explore more, that should be JSON path expression and Genesys conversion translations. So copy that translation and go back to your data action configuration. So within the configuration, we have something called response and default translation. Right now, this is the default one. Paste the one that you already have. Make sure this is highly syntax independent. If you miss any of the backslash or colon or something, this will fail. Now with this translation added, let us test one more time. +91 and 495860708. Now we will get a properly formatted output in the form of, okay, what happens? Okay, so you're getting it, customer name and contact ID, but when you add that to display that in a proper format, those output variables, which is this customer name and contact ID, this has to be defined in the output contract. So let me copy the customer name, go back to contracts. So input contract is your phone number, and what are the output you're expecting? So you're expecting customer name and contact ID. I will revise this section one more time. So you have contact ID. Now let us do a test. +9194. If I send this API query, it should be in a proper readable format. So let's see that. See, customer name equal to range scene, contact ID equal to this. So I got a valid response. To see this in this format, you added basically the translation and the output contracts. Okay. To see this phone number as an input, you added that phone number as an input contract. Basically, three things. First, you add the configuration, which is the API URL. Within the API URL, you have an input field. So you define that input field here as a phone number. Then you are expecting only few things rather than the entire output. The raw output will be this, right? So the raw output comes like this. So you don't need all these stuff. You only need these two. So to get that, you added a translation. This is your translation. And in the translation, the only two values you're looking for, one is customer name and customer contact ID. Those can be also added in the output contract. So in my test, I am happy with this test. Only when you're happy, publish this. Once you publish, you cannot modify. Are we good, guys? Just ignore that JSON and other thing. Apart from that, you just create one integration that carries the credential and a data action, which is the API request. Is this clear? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
No response. Yeah. Now, I will come back to the logic. So what logic we need here is
Yeah, Abdul.
Yeah.
Means in real world, who is responsible for that configuring the API?
Genesys
admin or Salesforce admin?
No, of course, Genesys admins or the job role will be Genesys developer. So yeah, like a Genesys architect has to know this and they have to do it. Like when you learn my class, you will be a Genesys architect. Don't worry about that. All these things in detail we will be covering, but in webinar we have limitation, right? We already crossed 120 now. So let us finish faster. So we go to the architect flow. And we'll pick our WB flow. Yeah. So we'll modify this flow to add that logic. So how do we add those logic? Oh, sorry, 1 second. Okay. So this is our first flow. Thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center and disconnect. So here I need to add that value checking, whether the user is available there in the Salesforce or not. To do that, we have something called data action within the data action. So drag that one here. So I'm performing a data action. So what data action? So I need to select AJ Bank integration 1, Salesforce integration 1, and then get customer by number. Let's get customer by contact ID. What is it? Get contact by number. I think this one. Yeah. Yes. So here we need to supply phone. Oh, not this one. Yes. So we are supplying the phone number here. The value will be your dynamic number, right? When you calls, that will be your number. When I call, that will be my number. So there is a built-in variable in Genesys called Genesys built-in variable. Oh, sorry. ANI. Genesys built-in variables. So all these variables are available there by default. If you look at this, see call.ani, which is a variable, this keeps the caller's origination phone number. That means it's a caller ID. So I can tune this caller ID to get the information, right? I need to supply mobile number there. So here I will say expression call.ani. So call.ani basically means your calling number. But there is a small catch over there. That means when you send call.ani to Genesys, to anything inside Genesys, the value becomes like this: tel : plus 919495860708. There will be a beginning of tel plus along with the number, but the data action, the API call that you define, the API input will be only the E164 formatted number. They don't need the tel. So you need to remove that tel plus tel colon from the built-in variable of call.ani, and we use this expression for that. Replace call.ani. So call.ani means the entire stuff. What you need to replace? Tel colon you need to replace with empty. So you are basically removing this. So you get the proper number. So instead of passing that just call.ani, guys, somebody is not muted, please mute. Instead of passing that just ani, I will say send this format. So from call.ani, you pick up the mobile number only and send that. You send it. Then you have two choices for that action. It can be successful, failure, or timeout. So inside successful, I need to look whether you have a flow thing here. Where is our flow? Check whether the caller contact is present in the Salesforce CRM data action using data action. So I'm checking whether there is a value associated with that. So within this, within this, I will say logical and decision making. So if the data action or the API call is successful in the decision making, I will look for customer. Let us expand this. Customer. What is the name stuff? Okay. One more thing. So you're initiating the call, right? So you input the value. So you didn't define any variable for the outputs. When a value comes, a customer name comes, you need a value here, means to hold that customer name. So in my case, range JSON will be coming in. To hold that range JSON string, I need to define a variable. That is here you need to do on the data action itself. So I'll set this as a variable, and this is also a variable. So the variable name is also, I'll use the same thing, customer underscore name, and here it is contact underscore ID. Okay, just click outside, that will create a variable. Now let us create a decision making string here. So in the decision making, so I'll say if customer name not equal to unknown. So what does that mean? That means I have a solid value there. I have a proper value like range Jasim or Abdul Jasim there in the customer name. If it is not unknown, right? Not unknown. Unknown means unwanted condition. Not unknown means good condition. So if it is not unknown, then let us play some prompt, play an audio. So inside the play audio, click on this. I will say hello. Hello. I'm addressing the customer name. Then I need to add a data here. What is the data? Customer name. So it says hello range JSON. Okay. Then one more TTS. Add TTS. We are transferring to your call to customer support queue. We are transferring your call to customer support queue. So this is three things here, right? One is text to speech. It says hello. Then it dynamically takes the name of the customer from that API call. Then it reads hello customer name. We are transferring the call to the queue. So that is what this step. If you look at the flow diagram, that is exactly we need. It says instead of hi customer, we just use hello customer. Then once that is done, we need to transfer to the queue. So we have a user we created in the beginning, right? WB user. He should be able to answer that call. So to transfer that, go to the transfer menu, transfer to ACD, and then select the queue name will be WB AJWB queue, and pre-transfer audio, failed transfer audio. I don't need anything for that. So I'll just go and set this to some dummy audio, blank audio of 100 milliseconds. Now post-transfer audio means failed to transfer audio, nothing, just 100 millisecond silence. So this will be transferring to the queue. And if an agent is present in the queue, he will get alerted. So that is my desirable condition. And if the API call returns unknown itself, that means if customer contact number not equal to unknown, that is this branch, it is equal to unknown, that means no, means it will come to this branch. It should say, sorry, you are not a registered customer. So I'll use the play audio option here. Then I'll say, sorry, you are not a registered customer, disconnecting your call. Then it disconnects. Disconnecting your call. I'll play that. And if I expand this thing, you look at this. First it comes to thank you for calling AJ Bank Customer Happiness Center. Then it triggers that API call. It sends the mobile number to Salesforce and wait for the Salesforce response. Whatever response comes from the Salesforce, it will be saving to the customer name and task.contact ID, those two values. And in the next stage, I am doing a decision making condition here. It says customer name not equal to unknown. That means I got a proper value for the API call. Then it says hello, that customer name, we are transferring to the queue and then sending to the queue and disconnecting that. If I don't get a proper value, that means the caller number is not even there in the Salesforce. It says, sorry, you are not a registered customer, disconnecting your call, and then it will disconnect. So this loop, this branch will come through this, and finally it disconnects. So that is my successful API call. And what if the API call fails, like somebody change the integration credential or somebody delete or something in the backend? If the integration fails, let me say another greetings here. We are experiencing system problem. Please call us later. That should be okay. So if some issue comes, it goes to the failure situation. And then it says we are experiencing system problem. If you scroll down, you can see that call is also coming and disconnect. Fine. So I don't need a separate disconnect there. And timeout, if the API did not give you any response within some time, then I can copy the same play audio here, paste it, saying that we are experiencing system problem, blah, 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 blah. So let me just publish this. I hope everything is right. So when I call, what happens? It goes and look for the contact number in the Salesforce. And let me open the Salesforce as well. Let this get published. It goes and check the contacts in Salesforce, and I'm initiating the call from this number. So it identify Rain Jassim and it address, hey Rain Jassim, we are transferring to the agent. So we also need the agent. So let me open up the agent. This is that agent, WB user, right? WB user, he logged in. And once he logged in, he need to make himself as available. So you can see one option here called off queue or available. So I'll make himself as available. Now let me call and see how a call even coming into Genesys. Listen to the IVR as well.
Thank you for calling 8.J Bank Customer Happiness Center. Hello, Range the same. Transferring your call to customer support.
The call is coming up here in the agent interface. Let me answer this. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I can see that dual audio. Let me disconnect. So what happened? The agent, that first agent that we created, right? We logged in as an agent. We made ourselves available in the queue. Then I dialed that number. It addressed me saying that, hey, Rain Jassim, we are transferring to the queue. And then it transferred to the queue. And these are the basic information I see. This is called the default script. Script represents the value should be presented to the agent when it's an active call coming in. But you can populate a lot of other information here. If this Rain Jassim has opened any case in the past, you can display that cases here. Those are all custom advanced scripting section. By default, it comes this. You don't need to have any configuration for this. And we also created a wrap-up code, right? When I disconnect the call or the call is getting disconnected, so I'll select this wrap-up code and click done. Then I can go back to the queue again. So this is how a complete flow works along with an integration. questions, guys?
Yeah, Abdul, like
Yes. I lost you. Hello, am I audible? Hey guys, somebody talk.
hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one query, like means we are checking the phone number in the data validation itself, right?
Yes.
Or flow, but why it is always going to success? Like if my number is not
Yeah.
registered, where
No,
it
it's
will
not
go?
going to success always. I'll do one thing. Okay, so right now, this is my mobile number. I'm calling from this. Let me edit this number into something else. Okay. Now, if I call, what happens? The caller ID will be that 9495 number, and it sends a query into Salesforce, and it sees, oh, there is no number with this number. So it says your number is not there, and when I update in the database, it will take some time to reflect, but let me try. This will disconnect the call actually. It goes to the second option and disconnect the call.
Thank you for calling A.J Bank Customer Happiness Center. Hello, range is C.
Yeah, it takes some time. 1 second. We can also evaluate this in the actions. What is the data action that we created? Let's try to send the number and see if it is getting unknown. So this thing, no. AJ Bank, Salesforce Integration 1. Oh God, there are a lot. Get contact by number. I hope this is the one. Let's see. No, this is not the one. But still, this will fetch some extra information. Let me just test it out. If I send +919494866708, it should give me unknown value here. It still gets the range. Just see. 1 second. Yeah, unknown came in. So is it range SM is updated? Yeah, even if I send the normal stuff, it should. The Salesforce update will take some time. It is still showing range SM, but it has moved, right? Looks like now this will result unknown. Yeah, so that means the same number, but right now the number is not there in the Salesforce CRM. I have modified that number, and when I call, it disconnects the call, saying that you are not a registered customer.
Yeah, but in that call flow diagram, if we can go back there.
Yeah, I'll go there. Let us test this and we'll go.
Yep.
One sec.
Thank you for calling A.J Bank Customer Happiness Center. Sorry, you are not a registered customer.
It says, sorry, you are not a registered customer. So let me bring that flow back to you if you wanted to refer something. Yeah, what's the question now?
Yeah, means if you can go up like data decision, like data validation part.
Yeah.
So from here, it will call the API, right?
Yes. And it will send the mobile number to Salesforce. And the value that is coming from Salesforce, which can be a proper name like range SIM, or if that number is not there in the Salesforce, it will be unknown. So those are the two things you can expect the value of this variable, task.customer name. Basically, it's a variable. And the second stage, I'm evaluating the task.customer name not equal to unknown. That means I got a real value, which is range SIM. Then you proceed in a proper way. And if you are getting unknown, that means say, sorry, you are not a registered customer. That's it. Is it clear?
Okay. I mean, if we are not getting any value, then it will go to failure, right?
It will go to?
I was like it in the failure part only we will play.
No. API call will be always success as long as this is some undesirable condition due to some integration failure or the destination is Salesforce is not responding. Those are those things. But I have the decision making yes or no here itself. In the success templates, I have a decision making yes or no.
Okay, so API can also give like unknown.
Yeah, the
so
API
that
call
will
can be a
always
failure.
success.
So that time it goes here. I cannot replicate this. If I wanted to replicate, I need to create some break in the Salesforce, like resetting the password of the main integration account or something. Then it will go to this stage.
Okay.
Clear? So the flow is like this. Initially it takes the call, then get
Jay,
the, yeah.
actually, in translation map, you have given that program, right? It
Yes.
should show unknown
Yeah,
when
true.
there is no data.
Yeah.
So that's why it is showing unknown,
Exactly.
right?
So that is a default translation
Otherwise,
map.
it will. Yeah, correct. So otherwise, it will go in failure only.
Yes, right. Yeah. Otherwise, it will go failure only. So I have accepted all best useful conditions. Like if I have a user there, it should give a proper value. If not, give me unknown. I can edit this. Okay, give me some error or something. I can do something. Then based on my decision, I can put that error value and then take it. So that's why API call will be always success. Yeah.
But this is better actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm addressing all scenarios. Yes.
Some value will be there.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. Now let me go and see what else we have pending. Yeah. That means successfully have completed. We did a simple flow with an integration as well. So initially we brought a DID number. So I can summarize what we have done. We started with the basic configuration of agent. We created a WB agent. Then agent means user. Then we added that or promoted that user into a contact center agent by assigning a role into it. Then that contact center agent we added into a queue, which is WB queue. And then in the queue, I have also added the member as well as the wrap-up code. That was the initial stuff we configured. Then we also added a WebRTC font for the user and we completed thing. Then we think about, okay, how we can get the number into Genesys. For that, we always need to refer the inbound call routing logic. So this is what we discussed. Oh, a lot of scribblings there. One sec. Yeah, so we were planning to get a DID number purchased from Tilio. So we took that number. Then we informed Tilio to route the call into our SBC. Then inside SBC, we said, okay, send the call to the BYOC trunk. And we added the trunk. So there are some trunk identifier. We added that trunk identifier in AudioCodes so that it can send here. By the way, we used AudioCodes configuration wizard to configure things. Then inside Genesys, we added DID range, that 214883759. Then within the DID range, we added a call route and an architect flow. Then we built the initial flow. Later, we modified that flow in such a way that it can transfer the call into a queue. And we also added an agent in the queue and he was able to answer that. Let me also show you one more thing before we wrap up. So these are the things completely we have done. We configured AudioCodes, Genesys as well as Tilio. If the call is failing on the telephony part, how do we collect the AudioCodes logs? So for AudioCodes, there is something called syslog viewer. You can download that. By the way, in the document, I have given that link as well. If you go to the reference of the document, references, you can see all those references. Along with that, you can also see my other courses. This is going to happen on November, Genesys Cloud Contact Center training. Syllabus will be available here. And I do have Advanced Cloud Collaboration training that covers Azure, Microsoft Teams and direct routing, WebEx and WebEx calling. So that syllabus is available here. And if you'd like to explore only the Microsoft Teams direct routing, I have a Udemy course, which is one of the top rated course in Udemy right now. You can buy that directly from Udemy. And if you are from Cisco background, if you wanted to know about Cisco collaboration, like Call Manager, Unity, IMP, Expressway, WebEx, SIP, all those things, you can take that. So you can review that. I'll send you the document, then contact me. And also if you, so the what is AudioCodes syslog viewer, channel name I will send you in the group. Okay. By the way, it's there in my last document as well, YouTube, AJ-Labs. Okay, so what I wanted to show you is this tool, AudioCodes syslog viewer. If you go to the URL, you can see the software syslog viewer. You can download the Windows one. I have downloaded this. Then click on this link icon and enter your SBC details there, sbc.ajcollab.com, user 1 and that password. Click connect. Once you connect, you will see some logs there, but you also need to configure the debugging on the SBC level. So within the SBC, go to the troubleshooting section, logging, and you can see VoIP debug level, make it as detailed and apply, hit save. Now if I make a call, I will be able to see the SIP logs also there. Let us make a test call. I'll disconnect now. That's fine. Now if you click on the I symbol over here, this will show you the SIP ladder diagram, which is invite, 100 trying, 200 okay, 200 okay, act, disconnect. This is basically a SIP flow. The 54.224.51.1, which is your Twilio media IP, the call is coming from here. And if you look at the invites, you can see that this is going to 214.888.3759 to sbc.ajcollab.com. So that is going to SBC, which is TLS. So the 1368.194.107, that is your SBC in the middle. You can also see your calling number, right? This is my mobile number, and call is coming from aj-twilio.pscn.twilio.com. They are sending it as 5060, but yeah, transport TLS is there. Okay. Then it is extended. The 34.221.206.63 is your Genesys. So if you look at this invite, you can see that that is going to aj-genesys.byoc.pure.cloud. That is your Genesys Cloud trunk identifier. So this is how the call flow works. And if you want to know more about debugging into the SIP and SIP logs, there is also one more link here, which is SIP deep dive. You can go there. This is again my video itself. You can see that. And I was talking about the chatbot building, right? That link is also available here. Then if you are interested in CUCM Microsoft Teams integration, this is another link you can check in. WebEx calling with local gateway, this is another one. And a lot of other fun stuff there in the channel. Those are the links. You just follow that link, you will reach there. So I'll be sending this document after the webinar itself. You can make use of that document. All right. So thanks a lot. Any other questions, guys?
On the Genesys Cloud, can we run a debug to see a live?
Yeah, of course
call
we can run a debug, but I haven't planned that for this. We have something called execution history that will clearly tell you where the call is actually going and what node it is hitting. And even we can see the variable values there, what variable is getting added when we do that translation, means changes in the variable, right? So all those things can be seen. For example, this thing, call.ani, what's the value of call.ani? Then when you replace that, what's the final value? All those things can be visible on the, or is that execution history thing. This is the thing that you need to do. And there is also a concept called participant data, where that also you can do a couple of troubleshooting. Since you asked this in the other document, I do have that captured, the execution history stuff. 1 second. We will have that, at least a diagram. Yeah, you can see something like this if you enable execution history. What value is saved, what is there in each node, what is the value and what is the greeting, everything will be displayed.
Thank you.
Any other further questions, guys?
A quick question about
Yes.
that integration that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So when the value is returned from, let's say, Salesforce,
Mm.
how long it is going to be retained on the Genesys? Let's say, for example, in a situation where the agents are not available
Mm.
and the caller is choosing to get a call back,
Mm.
and when the time comes for the call back, then those values are going to pop up on the agent screen. Like how long
Okay.
is it going to be, and
Yeah, it
how
will
can
be
we?
API will be instant, right? So there wouldn't be any delay if you trigger API. But this specific requirement, right? It is not using data action. It is data action, but it has to be done via scripting. So there is something called agent scripting. In the agent interface, if you wanted to display something, it has to do with agent scripting. But the data fetch will be quick. It shouldn't be like a long time, nothing like that.
So at the time of callback, is it going to fetch the data
Yes,
again, or
yes.
going to?
You can. Logic can be created in any other way. In the callback, if you wanted to display that, you can request one more time, or previously requested value you can save in one variable and display the same variable for the callback time.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's all your own tool. Like you can customize it in whatever fashion you want.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there any feature?
Yeah, guys.
Is there any feature within Genesys for outside hours and agents?
All those things are available. That is called emergency routing, emergency and schedule. 1 second. Schedule.
Which WhatsApp group I need to join it for this?
You just ping me on the number which I send you. The existing group itself, I'll send all the details. So schedule check is one of the options. So this is what I was asking, you were asking. So in schedule check, Monday to Friday, route this way. If it is outside of business hours, route it to a different flow. That option is available, called schedule group in Genesys.
And voicemail is also.
Can you please ping your number, please, in the chat once again?
What do you mean? What do you need?
The number where I need to join, or your number, so that I can message.
Yeah, so 859-0101 859. This is my number. You want this on WhatsApp chat?
Yeah.
Midun, if you are listening, please send. Otherwise, after the call, I'll send all the details. You are there in the group, right?
No, I'm not there. I'm just my friend message for this.
Okay. So take a picture of this. This is my number. Then ping me after this.
So, Abdul, going back to edge servers, does each say we have a multinational company and they have edge servers at different geographical locations. So would each edge server have a local dial plan of its own?
So edge server is actually associated with a site, and site will have a local dial plan. Every site will have its own dial plan. That's how it is configured. Okay,
so let's say we have a company in North Americas and the agents are sitting back in India.
Okay.
How would this?
The dial plan doesn't matter. The user can log in. Just now what we did, right? So I logged into a US tenant, and then I made a call from India itself. But there are a lot of telecom regulations inside that, so you shouldn't actually extend the call through an internet to an IVR which is there in US. That is legally not applicable, but technically it is possible. For your answer, if the agents are sitting in India, either you have to get the permission for that, like this is how our setup is, or you need to deploy a local edge server inside your, near to your organization and bridge that call within that edge server. Or else you need to sign up another altogether different Genesys organization for India, then ask the user to log into the India Genesys and then pick the call from there. And if you wanted to transfer a call from the US org, we can do a call transfer. That option is available in the architect. So when agent somebody presses something, it has to be a new call originated from the US Genesys into your India Genesys, and then it will flow whatever logic you built on India.
Gotcha. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, guys.
Yeah, can Genesys be integrated with MS Team? Can the MS Team presence?
Yes. Possible.
If I am in meeting in MS Team, so it makes decision that the call should not go to the Genesys agent.
Yes. So the answer is available. Answer is yes, but I haven't done that integration. The Teams plugin is available in the integration side. You have to do a couple of licensing configuration in your Teams tenant and the Genesys, but it is possible.
So other types of integrations with other PBXs are available?
Yeah, so if you go to the App Foundry of Genesys, like integrations, let me go to integrations. There is something called App Foundry, integrations and App Foundry. So these are the possible integrations available. You can also build your own. All these are, if you search for Teams, let's see. Yeah, so Microsoft Teams, all these are integrations available. Of course, everything has to go through its own documentation and that specific configuration, but there are a lot of integrations available with Genesys. All I just showed you is a Salesforce integration. And direct AudioCodes integration also available, I think. All right, so time for winding up. If you have any questions or concern, this is my WhatsApp number. Send over to me. I got a lot of messages by now. I'll be answering one by one. And this video will be uploaded into my YouTube channel. You can go there and find that. I'll send you those links as well in the document list. So this document, when I compile final, I'll add the YouTube link for the current session, and then I will send it to you in the WhatsApp group. So anybody wants to talk to me something, just send me a hi in WhatsApp.
Yeah, Abdul,
We'll get connected.
just one question before you wrap up.
Yep.
Is there any demo account for Genesys? Just because as a newbie, if you want to log in and navigate the, in Genesys, is there something like that?
Okay. So
thank you.
That's all, guys. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your patience till 2 o'clock midnight. We started around, not midnight, morning. Good morning. So we started around 8 a.m.
Good morning. Yeah.
All right. See you then. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate that.
Good night. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for the
Thanks for the wonderful session.
Thank you, guys.
It was wonderful class.
Thanks, Ajay.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Thanks, Ajay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, Ajay. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.